Good evening, good evening. What's going on, brothers? It's your dude IP. First and foremost, how is my audio? Please press a one in the chat if you brothers can hear me loud and clear. How is my audio right now? Let me know right now, brothers. Press a one in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Who's in the building? LP, thank you very much for confirming. Can I get a couple more ones to make sure that I'm good, please? All right, awesome. Thank you, brothers. Let's get it cracking. So, brothers, welcome to another classic live stream. I'm IP International Passport. I want to say a huge thank you to all of you guys who have supported the channel over the past couple of years. Your support is greatly appreciated. Welcome aboard the new people. I accept and I embrace you with open arms. When you come in, please like the video. Please support me throughout the stream. Make sure you join that Patreon to hear the explicit, raw, unfiltered intel on this live stream. There's two parts to it, part one, part two on Chinese women on the Patreon. And make sure, brothers, you please hit the PayPal, super chats, and cop the merch too. Let's get it cracking. So, in today's live stream, brothers, we'll be speaking about Chinese women and this brother's experience living in China and, of course, dealing with Chinese women. I got Romel in the building. Romel, how you doing, bro?
I'm really good, brother. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, bro. I'm doing fantastic. So, Romel, do you mind giving us a brief intro about who you are, where you're from, and anything interesting about you, bro?
Sure. Well, my name is Romel. I'm from the UK, specifically London. And something interesting about me, well, I speak very good Chinese. My Chinese level is really good. It's a little rusty now because I've been back in the UK for about 2 years. So it's been a while since I speak it. But at my old workplace, anytime I get a chance, I'm always messing with Chinese people in London, whether it's on the bus or the underground. Sorry, a subway for the American guys. So I love languages. I speak Chinese, Spanish, pretty decent at Korean and learning Japanese as well. So yeah, I love learning languages.
Awesome, man. So let's get a cracking, brother. So China. Before I even speak about Chinese women, I want to know about why you were in China in the first place. Did you wake up one day and thought to yourself, "Hey, I want to go to China," or what happened, bro?
It's something similar to that, bro. Something similar to that. So it was about, let me get the numbers right. I'd say about 3.5 years ago, I was working for the government. I was working a government job, typical 9 to 5. And let's just say I got really bored of the 9 to 5 grind. I got bored, brother. So luckily my office was pretty chilled. So I'd be in the corner. I'd often have my headphones in, and instead of working, I was skiving around on YouTube watching travel videos, and I came across one Ghanaian brother in Africa, and he spoke fluent Chinese, and I was blown away. I've never seen that in my life. I've never seen a black man speaking Chinese. So I started watching more of his videos, and one of his videos, he mentioned a way to make money living in China, teaching English. Now, I've never heard of teaching English as a foreign language before, and I was just completely intrigued. And it was as if the light bulbs went off in my head. Ding, ding, ding. I can save a lot of money, make a lot of money, travel the world, have a new experience all in one go. And I make decisions really, really quickly. I'm quite spontaneous like that. So the rest was history. I just said, okay, well, I'm doing that now. I literally went home that same day, told my parents, hey guys, I'm moving to China. And they literally all looked at me like I was crazy. They figured, oh, what's this guy talking about? But I was serious, man. I took it seriously. I thought to myself, okay, fine, you guys will see. And then literally 8 months later, I was on a plane to Beijing.
Wow. Amazing, bro. Amazing. Shout out to Mr. World Citizen for the $5 super chat. First support tonight. Appreciate you both for supporting me and the channel. Much appreciation, brother. So, you were in Beijing. Fantastic, brother. Um, Now I'm gonna ask you a very important question, brother. Okay. Um, it's a question that can actually stop world wars. It's a question that can actually stop an alien invasion from the planet Mars or Jupiter from destroying Earth? It's a question, brother, that can bring about world peace for everyone. Okay, so this question is, brother, is are Chinese women in China checking heavy for passport bros?
They are checking, bro. Chinese
Oh,
women are definitely checking, but there are exceptions. I'm not gonna lie to the brothers. It's it's not as simple. It's a complicated one. We're gonna get into it, but they are definitely checking. But there are a lot of buts to it.
okay. So thank you for answering that question, brother. So when you say checking, what do you mean they're checking? So that they like brothers, but you know, why do they like brothers? What kind of checking would they give a brother? Can you break it down for us, brother?
Okay, sure, absolutely. So what I noticed with Chinese women is there is a strong sexual and physical attraction. The attraction for us is heavy. Um, we are we are very much fetish. How do you say the word? Fetishized. Am I saying it correctly? Fetishized in China. It is absolutely a thing. They see us, and we are such sexual objects to them. They see us and straight away they have the typical stereotypes that they have in Asia about us. We're strong, we're well endowed, but I must put it out there, China is a highly sexual nation. It, they're conservative on the face, but man, behind closed doors, it goes down and they fetishize us very hard. They watch a lot of porn. They
Or
go,
keep it PG,
oh,
brother.
sorry,
Keep it
brother, sorry.
uh
They
code
watch a
code.
lot of naughty videos. I'll put it that way to keep it PG. They watch a lot of naughty videos of us. We all know the alphabet term, if you get my meaning. So yes, brother, they look at us as physical objects. I'll put it that way. So in that way, they're really checking for us. Now, when it comes to long-term relationships and marriage material, it's more hit and miss. But in terms of seeing you as an experience, you can, if you want to go to China and have a good time, and as my friend, as Mr. Pooh loves to say, if you're looking for trouble, you can absolutely find that in China.
Brother, this is news to me because obviously um I would never have thought Chinese women had that kind of attraction towards brothers. Obviously, I'm from the West, right? And I've grew up seeing a lot of Asian women going for white boys every single day. I saw in every city in the UK. I see it abroad. And that kind of made me like, okay, these Asian chicks ain't really checking for us like that. But you're telling me, brother, right? In China, it's a whole different story. Is that what you're telling me, Romel, right now, brother?
Brother, I'm telling you, it's a whole different story, and I'm in 100% agreement with you because I'm in the UK and I'm in London, and I can honestly say more times when I see Asian women, they don't really check for black men here in the UK. I always see them with white men, and the worst part is in the UK. I'm not sure if it's the same in America, but you can see like the baddest Asian girl with a dusty looking white guy, and I just don't understand it. They really do white worship, and I can honestly say in China it's the same thing. You see the most corny looking, dusty white guys with Asian girls. The white worship is heavy. They look at them more for long term partners and as a trophy. They're like the trophy boyfriends or the trophy husbands. But when it comes to us, there's just something about us that just does it for them. We are that object of physical desire for them. Now, the guys know it as well. Chinese guys absolutely know it, and it drives them crazy. It drives them insane. And when you're in China, it's not like other places in Asia. In Japan and in Korea, I've lived in Korea as well. Korea, they're very humble, very polite people. They're not in your face. China is a completely different ball game, brother. Prepare for a lack of privacy and no politeness. Chinese people will be in your face all day, every day. They are not afraid to tell you what they think and get up in your personal space. Chinese people, especially the men, they will come straight over to you and start questioning you with some of the most outlandish questions. I'll try and keep it PG, but a Chinese man will come up to you and say straight up to you, "Hey, what are you doing here? What's your job? How much money are you making? Do you like Chinese girls? Are you here to with Chinese girls? Have you ever with Chinese girls? Oh, I hear that you look got a big one." It's just out there, brother, out there. And because they know that their women are checking for us physically, and it makes them extremely insecure.
Whoa, yo, I need to peel this back a little bit. What's going on right now? What? So, brother, you telling me right now, right? Chinese woman, what's going on? They're checking for us, right? But they see us as objects. They don't really see us as, men to marry, long-term relationships, have a family with. It's simply a physical thing in the bedroom. Is that what you're telling me, brother?
Yes, brother. It's more gonna be it's gonna be a fun thing. If you're looking for a good time, you're gonna find trouble in China. You're absolutely gonna find it. Now, when it comes to marriage and long term, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. And I've seen many guys with Chinese girlfriends, but I don't see it too often that it lasts. You're gonna have a lot of obstacles. One, the culture. Let me break it down. So with Chinese people in China, they say a lot. Oh, I want to learn your culture. You teach me foreign culture. I'll teach you Chinese culture. Let me let you know from now, it's a complete lie. They say that just for the face of it. The truth is, it's always the Chinese way or the highway. Let me say that again. It is the Chinese way or the highway. In China, they expect you to be Chinese. They expect you to love China. They will always ask you questions like, "Oh, what do you think of China? How are Chinese women? How is Chinese food?" The question is never genuine. What they really want you to do is basically just big up China. Chinese people are extremely insecure, and anytime they ask you a question, there's an undertone of, "Yeah, just tell me how great China is." That's China for you. Never, they're not truthful. All they want you to be Chinese. So that's a problem when it comes to dealing with women. If you're gonna get serious with them, the culture is absolutely gonna be an issue because it's always the Chinese way or the highway.
Oh my goodness. This is an incredible intel. Brothers, can we get the likes up? Because we're in for a future classic, man. I need those likes to get to at least 80 likes. So please support me. Like the video, send them PayPal donations, super chats. We're going to go in tonight on Chinese women and Chinese culture. This is astonishing, brother. So, whoa, I don't even know what to say right now. I'm a bit speechless, to be honest with you, brother. Um,
Do you want a bit more detail on that one, brother, about what is the Chinese way or the highway?
yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, so there's something that happens in China when you're talking to Chinese women. Whether you talk, most likely you're always gonna meet them on apps, whether it be Tinder or the Chinese dating app. They have a Chinese Tinder. It's called Tantan. Tantan. So that's the Chinese Tinder. Very good. The only warning I'll give you is that if you're using Tantan, you're gonna have to know how to speak Chinese. But there is a better quality of women on there. Now, with Tinder, you're gonna meet a lot of girls on there, but you already know when it comes to Tinder, it's hit and miss. It's often gonna get low quality, low hanging fruit. Now, what's always going to happen? This is going to happen without fail. It's the same speech every single time. A Chinese girl is going to say to you, "Oh, you teach me English and I'll teach you Chinese." That is code for, "Yeah, I'm down to, bedroom Olympics to keep it PG." Anytime a Chinese girl says anything about, "Oh, I'll teach you English, you teach me Chinese," that's just code for she's feeling you and she's down. Now, moving
Oh my
forward,
God, bro.
oh
Mhm,
yeah, bro. Oh yeah. Now that's just having fun. But again, when it comes to relationships in Chinese culture, brother, the Chinese people, some of the most patriotic people I've ever met in my life. And on the surface, that's a good thing. I do respect it. I do respect how patriotic they are. But it also goes down a negative route. They're patriotic to a fault because their system, their government lies to them. Everything is so controlled. You have to understand there's no Google, no Facebook, no Instagram. Everything's blocked. You have to have a VPN as a foreigner there to have access to the outside world. So their media is heavily controlled. They know nothing of the outside world. So their government is constantly feeding them this rhetoric of China's the best, China's the best, America hates on us, America just wants to put us down. America's evil. America just everyone's racist towards Chinese people. They feed this rhetoric that the rest of the world is just evil towards China and China's the victim. So they all have this mentality. And so their patriotism is almost rooted in a sense of brainwashing. And because of that, when it comes to actually taking a Chinese girl seriously, they always play the victim role, and they want you to just basically worship China and Chinese culture. And they do it in a subtle way. And this is again why I say when they ask you questions of what's your experience here? Do you like China? It's always a comparison. Oh, what food do you prefer? Your country food or our food? Do you prefer your girls or our girls? Oh, China's weather is great, isn't it? Chinese girls are great, isn't it? Oh, Chinese are so hospitable, aren't they? Oh, Chinese people are amazing, aren't they? It's always about bigging up China. So that's why I say if you're gonna be in a serious relationship with them, be prepared for some difficulty. It's gonna be annoying because it's always the Chinese way or the highway. They're not really gonna try their hardest to get to know your culture. You're gonna have to be the one to always cater to Chinese culture.
Brother, what is going on right now? Because oh, hold on, brother. Because let me peel this back a layer because we did the explicit version of this stream back in April. That was
Mm,
shocking, brother. That was literally, I would say, top five ever on my Patreon. All the brothers loved it. I thought I was shot there, right, as to how freaky Chinese women are. But it's like there's more complexity here, in terms of the patrioticness of China. And of course, that Chinese women, they see us as objects. But and be real with me, brother. Does the average Chinese chick see a black man as an object, as a purely bedroom activity object that we're not human to them? Like, they just see us as objects. What's going on there? How did that even happen in the first place? I mean, break it down for us, bro. Is that a correct answer that we're objects to them, or is it? Break it down for me, bro. I'm speechless.
all right. Well, when you say are we objects to them? Yeah, yes, I'm gonna say yes. But again, with saying yes to that, it's purely on down to how do you choose to take that? Do you choose to take that negatively or positively? And what it really comes down to is what are you looking for? If you're looking for a serious relationship and a wife, I'd say there's other places, there's better places to look, such as Japan or Korea. But if you're looking for an adventure or a good time, what so I've lived in Korea and I've lived in China, and I'll put it like this. For me, living in Korea felt like home. It was really homely. I felt so comfortable there. Whereas living in China, it felt like an adventure. China is so much fun. Let me actually put it out there. So when we all know the term the wild wild west, China is the wild wild east. It's literally impossible to be bored in China. You want a crazy adventure, look back on your life and tell some crazy stories, China is the place to do it. Now, back to your question regarding being objects. Yes, we are looked as an object of desire. They heavily desire us. And one of the things I believe that caters to, well, it's all over Asia. We do get that in Japan. We do get that in Korea, but in China it's just really heavy. And I truly believe that one of the things that promotes that is anything you suppress you feed. And again, China is so suppressed, their government is so controlled, and we are the men hate us. I'm gonna put it out there, they're so jealous of us. I can tell you when the pandemic hit, I was there when the pandemic first hit. um it got to the point everyone knows that apparently I'm not going to speak too much on that, but they say the pandemic started in Wuhan in China. Now, it got to the point where they hate black people so much, the men, they started lying and saying, actually, oh, it's the Africans that brought corona over to us. It wasn't even Chinese people, it was the Africans that brought it. They blame the Africans living in China for spreading AIDS throughout the country, when the truth is it's actually the Chinese people themselves. Like, AIDS is ripe in China, but it's nothing to do with black people. So what you suppress, you make more desirable, and they suppress the idea of us. They're like, no, don't go with the black man, he'll give you AIDS. Don't go with the black man, he's over highly sexualized. They have a stigma that black people, especially the Africans, come to China, impregnate Chinese women, and just run back to Africa and leave them as single mothers. There's all these stereotypes and rhetoric going around. There's a city in southern China called Guangzhou. It's one of the largest cities. So China has a tier system. You've got first tier cities, second tier, third tier. The four main largest cities is Beijing, Shenzhen, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Guangzhou is known as Chocolate City. They actually call it Chocolate City because it's got the highest population of Africans in China. And yeah, brother, that's how I'm gonna answer your question. Whatever you suppress, you feed. So they do see us as an object of desire, because it's almost as, oh, that's the forbidden fruit. I'm so curious. I want a bit of that.
Wow. Wow, brother. So obviously China is a very restrictive country. Firewalls, you go use a VPN to access outside information. How did the idea of black men even come in the minds of Chinese women? Where did this fetishization come from? Obviously, they must come from somewhere. When you were in China, what did you think that, okay, they watch a lot of adult videos, or is it from the Hollywood movies, the sports? How did this idea of black men even come to their heads in the first place?
Several things. So China's national sport is basketball. They love basketball. So they see American culture, and what do they see? Their favorite sport? They see tall, strong black athletes. So that's where the first bit of fascination comes from. They love basketball and they love American athletes. As much as China's weird, they hate and love us at the same time. Secondly, yes, again, I said it's a highly, highly sexual nation. They watch a lot of adult videos. So they see our, you already know the alphabet. They see our alphabet category, and it breeds a lot of interest in the women and a lot of jealousy in the men. And then thirdly, because it's so suppressed and because it's such a taboo to be seen with a black man, that breeds even more interest. So those three things is what makes us so desirable.
This is incredible. Brothers, we got over 120 people watching, but less than 70 likes, man. Can you please support what I'm doing, man? Likes are free. All you gotta do is press that like button, man. So can you please like the video? And while we get the likes up, Romel, do you want to just briefly tell brothers why they have to join the Patreon to hear the explicit version of this live stream? Because they think this live stream is really, they think it's really exposing. The Patreon intel that we did in April, part one and part two, that was incredible. But obviously keep it PG, bro.
Of course, of course. Guys, you gotta check out that Patreon. I mean, if you really want to know like the deep, deep, dark secrets about China, I highly recommend checking that out. I have stories for days, and not just my own personal stories, but stories of some good friends I made in China. Again, if you want an adventure, China is absolutely an adventure. I cannot explain this anymore. Like, I don't even know how to break it down to you guys. China, it's a once in a lifetime experience. And I know there's a lot of mixed feelings about China, and a lot of people, and you're rightfully so. You would think, well, why would I go to a country where the men hate us and hate on us so much? And there is that is the case. But also, I can honestly say China is so much fun. There's so much to do there, and it is just a crazy adventure. And I would rather have gone and experienced that, knowing what I know now, than to never have had that on my life CV or my life resume.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you, bro. So let me read your super chats, brother. We're gonna go more into Chinese women and other groups of women that are not Chinese, which should be very interesting for the brothers. Shout out to Mr. Demswood for the $199 super chat. Appreciate you, brother, for the pound donation. £199. Chinese women are on that beep.com nonsense.
You ain't lying, Dems.
I can't believe it, bro. Can't believe this, brother. Chinese woman. All my life, from high school, university to now, these chicks don't check for me. They don't check for brothers in the UK, but in their hometown in China, they're on this nonsense. This is wild, man. This is too much for me to handle. Shout out to Justin Wilson for the $1999 super chat. Justin, thank you for the support. Means a lot, brother. Another classic already. Yes, indeed, man. Back to back classics. Yesterday we did Colombia. Yesterday we're doing China. So appreciate you both for the support, man. Thank you, brother. Shout out to Mr. J Remo in the building for the £5 super chat donation. This is going to be a great stream. Good seeing Rom as a guest. Yeah, Rom is a great storyteller. So we had to bring him back for another classic, man. Appreciate you, Rom. And appreciate you, J Remo. Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to Mr. Umi Yedwa for the $10 super chat. Umi, thank you very much, both, for the support. Remember, there are more men than women over there because of the one child policy. So the guys are definitely territorial over there. What he said about
Can I
nationalism
speak
is
on that
absolutely
after
true.
you're done? Sorry, IP. Can I
Speak
speak
on
on
it.
this one?
Speak on it now. It's gone, bro.
Umi, you're absolutely right, brother. Absolutely right. And let me say this. So, because of the one child policy, there are, uh, I'm paraphrasing here, but there are roughly about 30 million more men than there are women. And that's a crazy number to think about. The UK is only 60 million people in the whole country. There are 30 million more men. So I can honestly say to you, another piece of intel about Chinese women you need to be prepared for. Chinese women absolutely have the highest level of princess syndrome I've ever seen. They are extremely spoiled, extremely spoiled, and you will see the most. I have been in shopping malls not once, twice, but many times, and seeing Chinese women shouting in their men's face, hitting their men in the face, smacking them with the bags, and the men just sit there and take it, cover up. The competition is heavy for Chinese men. We ain't really got it bad like that. But for a Chinese man, I'm telling you, the competition is harsh because women are spoiled. They have the pick of the litter. There's too many, there's not enough women to go around. So many men are gonna die virgins. And that's why they hate even more on seeing a foreigner with a Chinese woman, more so a black man.
What is going on with China? So you're telling me that these chicks, they want the Gucci bag, Armani bag, Prada bag, and they expect the men to pay for that? Is that what you also mean by Princess Syndrome, Romel?
Oh yeah, I'm telling you. Oh yes, Aussie. Yes, China is full of simps. The simping in China is heavy amongst the men. And yes, IP. If you're a Chinese man, you're expected to be making the bag because again, these women they have princess syndrome and there's just not enough to go around. So if you're not bringing the goods, she's just gonna go elsewhere. I've noticed foreigners don't seem to be held to that same standard, but for a Chinese man, it is very difficult. You have to bring your A game.
Wow. Wow. Thank you both for that breakdown. Shout out to Mr. Alfred S for the $20 super chat. Appreciate you both for the support. Listening from NYC, always good info. This is super valuable info. Yes, indeed. Thank you both for the support. This means a lot. Much appreciated, brother. All right, so let's get cracking some more. Shout out to Mr. Mancube Stadium, Mancube Stadium, what? Mancube Studios 34 for the $999 super chat. To keep it 100, I would choose Japan over China to find super wise for me as a black man, and only that Chinese man, from what I've heard, can be Sims. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you, bro. So, let me ask this, Ramel. So, it appears that Chinese women come with a lot of baggage. Okay, are they at least submissive, feminine, and coachable? or no?
They can be. I won't lie to you. Chinese women. Okay, you're right. Chinese women are a complicated one. It's a complicated one. In the grand scheme of things, yes, they can be very submissive if you find yourself a good one. I was fortunate enough. I messed with a lot of different Chinese women there. A lot. Some were submissive, and some were just completely lost. Absolutely lost. I can't even blame it on them being westernized because they never even left the country, but yet they were just unruly, absolutely unruly. And that comes back down to the fact that there are just not enough women to go around. So they have a very spoilt nature, extremely spoilt. They can be very selfish. Again, it's the Chinese way or the highway. Very, very selfish. But if you find a good one, they will cook and they will clean, but it's hit and miss. What I am going to say is if you want a better quality of Chinese woman, go down south. This is the intel I have for you. You have to go down south. And the reason is it's historical. So back in the ancient days, the northern part of China was closed off, and it was the southern part. They were the merchants and the travelers. They're the ones who would always be on the ships going abroad and doing trading, whereas the north was closed off. The emperor closed off the north. So throughout history, the South have always had a history of dealing with foreigners or dealing with the outside world. And you can even see that today, the northern Chinese people, they have a very stuck up attitude, whereas in the South, they're a bit more laid back and a bit nicer. So you're better off finding a better quality or more friendly Chinese woman in the South. So you want to go to Guangzhou. Guangzhou is a massive, massive city. And again, Guangzhou is known as Chocolate City. They have the highest population of African migrants. So they're used to seeing black people there. So if you want to find a good Chinese woman or one that's happy to mess with a black man, I absolutely recommend you go to Guangzhou. Another city I recommend is Shenzhen. Shenzhen is close to Hong Kong. And again, Hong Kong, they've been under British rule for about 100 years. They've only recently been returned over to Chinese control. So they have that influence from Hong Kong. So they're more open minded. And Shenzhen is also the tech capital of China. Shenzhen is China's own Silicon Valley. So those are the two cities you want to go to find a better quality of woman. Up north, it's a bit more stuck up.
Wow. Amazing, brother. Amazing. Um, so hold on, brother. Shout out to Mr. Sean Grand for the $10 super chat. Sean Grand, thank you for the support, bro. Much appreciated, brother. Thank you so very much. So, next question for you, brother, is so apart from Chinese women, brother, um, are there any other races of women out there in China? I know for a fact there's Russian women out there in China. Can you confirm that, brother? And are these Russian women checking for brothers in China? And can you also break down other groups of women in China and are they checking for brothers? Go on, bro.
There are loads of Russian women in China, loads of them. They're everywhere, but they are not checking for brothers. I can tell you this now: the Russian women in China are not checking for brothers. The Russian women that go to China, they're working girls. They all work in the clubs. They're like they're there to do the shows. They're on the stage. They're the bar girls. They're the hired pretty face, and a lot of them are there seeking a rich Chinese man. So they ain't checking for you. They're looking for a rich Chinese man. They're not attracted to Chinese men, but the Russian women in China, they're about the bag. They are hustling. They want that money. They want to lock down a rich Chinese man. There are many other races of people in China. I've met Indians, I've met Caribbeans, I've met all different kinds of Africans, I've met Americans, Irish, especially in the big cities. There are many different kinds of foreign women there, and they absolutely are checking for brothers heavy. The foreign women are absolutely checking for brothers. I've messed with a few different foreign women there. But with the Russians, yeah, brother, they're mainly looking for a rich Chinese man.
Oh wow, amazing. Do you want to break down, brother? Right. You know who out of all these foreign women, who loves brothers the most in China? Is it the Caribbean chicks? Is it the African chicks? Is it the Asian chicks? Break it down for us, bro.
It's all of them, brother. It's all of them. It's hard to say. I remember, so before I even moved to Korea, I started messing around with my first Korean girl in China, and at that time, I couldn't really tell the difference. I was just in the club. I saw these two fine ladies. I was a little drunk at the time, and I don't drink that often, so when I do, it hits me. And I tell you, once I had a few drinks in me, my Chinese game was on point. It was just, I was just reeling off the Chinese. I didn't know what I was saying, but it seemed to be working. I found out later they were Korean students studying in China, and they were showing me so much love. I was wondering whether I could have taken the both of them home, but bro, I just got a little bit too drunk. I was still young at the time. I learnt my lesson, but man, those two Korean girls were gorgeous and they were giving me hella love. And here's the mistake I made. I should have just picked one, focused on her. But man, I was flirting with one, then I went to the friend and back with the other one. I just moved a bit too thirsty, so I ended up going home with nothing that night. So I learnt my lesson. But man, the Korean girls, the Indian girls, I got so much love from Indian girls out there. I think this is PG. I can say this. I ended up taking one Indian girl's V card. That was an interesting experience. She was a lovely girl. The Guyanese. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of Cape Verdeans over there. So Cape Verde is a African country on the in the Atlantic, off the coast of West Africa, but they're like mixed people. They're like mixed with African and Portuguese. Gorgeous, gorgeous women. There was a big community of them I met over there. So when I was in the clubs, they were all showing me how to dance kizomba. Now kizomba's like a more slower, more sensual version of salsa. So the Cape Verdeans, they had their community there. There were Moroccan women there, but funnily enough, the Moroccan women I met there were really stuck up. They knew they were bad. They knew they were fly, and men were simping heavy for the Moroccan women. So yeah, I left them alone because they were just too many men were simping on them, and they just was moving. They would move too much with the princess syndrome. So I didn't mess with the Moroccan girls. I found them annoying.
Oh, this is amazing. So Cape Verdean women are in China and they're showing brothers that much love. And you know those Cape Verdean chicks, right? They got that peanut butter brown skin, that long
Oh
curly
yeah, man.
hair, those hips, and they're checking for brothers, brother. What?
Check-in heavy, bro. Check-in heavy. And the best thing is the foreign women there. Okay, it's not like Korea. In Korea, the foreign women want Korean men. They ain't really checking for us. The foreign women want Korean men. But in China, no one respects Chinese men. They're not attractive to nobody besides Chinese women. The foreign women in China ain't checking for Chinese guys. I'll tell you that now. So as a brother, you're gonna clean up. You're gonna have a good time with the foreign women there because they ain't checking for Chinese men. So the only other option is you.
Amazing. Brother, let's break down the Indian woman topic more because you know how I feel about this topic. But
I
for
do.
for 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 this live stream, bro, let's put it down. Let's put it down layer by layer. You're telling me, brother, Indian women in China are checking heavy for brothers. Why is that, bro? Because I know for a fact that they got colorism issues there in India. They see black people as lesser than them in India. What's going on here, bro? What do you mean by Indian women in China are checking heavy for brothers? How is that even possible, brother? This must be a dream to me right now, brother. Break it down.
Bro, I was shocked as well. I'll be honest with you, I couldn't believe it because I know from the UK there's a lot of tension between black people and Indians, and they look down on us. I know this for a fact. Indians look down on us. So when I was there, I was really shocked. Now, the Indian men, there's a lot of Indians there. There's students over there. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna put it out there. When you're on the campuses, the really dirty people, and I'm not even saying that to be rude. This is what I actually noticed. Like a lot of them are really dirty, and the smell in the dormitories it's horrible coming from the Indian population. It just is what it is. That's what I noticed there. But yeah, the women, they're checking heavy. The rules, all the rules go out the window in China. China's its own beast, man. And because, so what it is in the universities, um they lump all the foreigners together. So there's a lot of mixing with the foreigners. They separate the Chinese students and the international students. So all the international students are lumped together in the international students' dormitories. They don't mix with the Chinese dormitories. So because they're all surrounded with the Africans, the Indians, they're surrounded by each other 24/7, all day, every day. You're forced to intermingle and mix. So I believe that's what breaks down the barriers. And I made friends with some university students there. I was messing around with some of the girls that were studying there. So I really got an in, and I really got an in into the world of an international student in China. And they're just always in close quarters with each other. So the barriers get broken down naturally.
Wow, amazing. Thank you, bro, for that breakdown. Um, so, so this is your personal experience, brother. Your personal thoughts about China. Um, Now, would you say Chinese women are wifeable? Would you wife a Chinese chick, brother, or are these women to be completely avoided, in your opinion, brother?
Okay, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm just going to keep it real. I personally would not wifey a Chinese girl. No. I was open to it when I got there, but after my experience, for me, it's experience only. Experience only. I would date them, yes. I would date them. I not even just on a smash and dash one night thing, but I would date a Chinese girl, but it would never go too serious for me. The reason being, I just don't vibe with the culture. I do not vibe with the culture, or they're too close-minded for me. They don't know much about the world. We're just all black people. They don't know the difference between. They don't know that there's different countries in Africa. To them, Africa is just one nation. They don't understand that there's black people in England, France, Brazil. Every time, so often, people would ask me, "Oh, Nishinagorn," which means, "Oh, where are you from?" or "What country are you from?" I'd say, "Oh, what's your Yingguoren? I'm from England." I'm speaking Chinese to them. I'm from England. And they're instantly, like always, the reaction is Bukanung, Bukanung, which is Chinese for impossible, impossible. And they say it with such passion, Bukanung, Bukanung, impossible. They just don't want to hear it. And I'm just sitting there looking at them like, wow, like, why is that impossible? I mean, have you ever left China? Have you ever been to England? Have you ever left your city? No. And they'll always say, black people don't exist in England. I'm like, really? And you know that how? They just don't. You're all from Africa. The ignorance is real. And that would annoy a lot of brothers, but I'll put it this way. The truth is a lot of them aren't actually trying to be rude. And I know it will annoy a lot of brothers, but the truth is they're not actually trying to be rude. They really just are genuinely ignorant. Genuinely ignorant. And it's because of that ignorance it just turns me off. It's it's too much work for me. It's too much work to coach them, teach them. I mean, you have to do that with Asia in general. A lot of Asian people are ignorant to the outside world. Their geography is awful. But at least in Korea, they have the internet. They have knowledge of the outside world. Same with Japan. In China, it's just too much work for me. I personally wouldn't wifey a Chinese woman. It's just too much work. No, not for me.
Wow, this is an incredible breakdown. So we're gonna go for another 15 minutes, and we're gonna open up the phone lines for brothers to call in to obviously ask you about, your experience with China and Chinese women, brother. So let me ask this, brother. Right, feminism. Is that a problem there in China? Feminism, or we ain't gonna worry about that?
You know what's interesting? So I said Chinese women have strong princess syndrome and they're very spoiled. Now that's true. But even with them being spoiled and the syndrome being a problem, feminism cannot exist in China. It doesn't, and I don't ever see that happening. The governmental control is too strong. You don't mess with the CCP. They've got a lock on the whole country, and it's just too conservative. They will never allow it. They will never allow it. The men are in control, and that is not going to change. Feminism cannot exist in China. No way. That is a Western ideal, and the Chinese people are very, very headstrong when it comes to allowing Western culture too much into their own country. They block Western apps, no Google, no Facebook. They want to limit Western influence as much as possible. They will not allow feminism to grow in their country. There has been certain outbursts where they tried in Beijing and Shanghai that got shut down quickly, and some of those women ended up in jail.
This is incredible. So Chinese culture and people are like that, but we as English people and Americans, we accept them. They come to our country, education, masters. They buy property here. They buy property throughout Vancouver. They jack the prices up, and but in their country, they're very hostile towards us. That don't make any sense to me. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, man. I mean, liberals have to get their ish in order. We are far too kind in the West, in my opinion, bruv. I've been to, you go to certain countries or certain areas, and you can tell they don't mess with the brothers. But they're out here living their best lives in the UK, in America. But me as a black man, if I go to China and try and build wealth there, they ain't gonna let me do that.
Oh
But they
no, it's
come
not
to the
happening.
UK, they come to the UK and America, and they become millionaires, and in Africa too. This is what I'm talking about, brothers, man. This is why I'm very angry every single day, bruv. Break it down for us, Romel.
Yeah, I agree with you, and this is something I noticed, and this angered me as well. So it's interesting because in China, you can make a lot of money, but in terms of building mega wealth, the way they can go to our nations and just take over, they will never allow it. It is not happening. And I find it so jarring. I see what the Chinese are doing in Africa. The Chinese are absolutely colonizing Africa right now. And if you don't think that that's what they're doing, yes, they are. Colonization doesn't just happen through violence the way the Europeans did it, it's more covert. Chinese are using money, and they're using their money and resources to hold African nations hostage. They come in and they give financial aid, and the clauses and the interest rates that they place on these African nations are damn near impossible to pay back. So they end up just owning Africa. They make certain deals such as, oh, we'll come in and build railroads for you, but I want control of your ports. And this is how they control the import and export for African nations. And it's getting to the point where in certain countries in Africa, the road signs are all written in Mandarin. They're teaching Chinese and Mandarin in African schools now in certain African countries. I'm from Jamaica. The Chinese are everywhere in Jamaica. Debt traps, like the Chinese are, they're doing the debt trap game so well. They're not taking over with violence like Europe did. They're using debt and money. But for us to go over there, it's impossible. You can't even buy property in China unless you're married to a Chinese woman. And even then, you have to have the property in your Chinese wife's name, which is extremely risky because if that relationship breaks down, you've lost everything. And I've seen it happen. I've seen so many horror stories where foreigners get taken to the cleaners. And it's actually more so white people than the brothers. So many white guys have been ruined by Chinese women. And it's sad. It's sad. Yeah, they will never let you buy property over there. You're going to have to marry a Chinese woman and put all your property in her name. It's a risk.
This is what I'm talking about, man. This is an absolute joke. I mean, can we please get ish together worldwide as brothers and sisters, as black people in general? This should not be happening, man. That's our homeland. We all come from Africa in some shape or form. I mean, and the Caribbean too, man. That's our homeland, brothers, bruv. And they're colonizing it. Nah, man, this is what I'm talking about, brothers.
I
Damn.
think use China to your advantage. Like the way they use us, the way they use the rest of the world, use them, brothers. I can honestly say, outside of women, China, you can make a lot of money in China, whatever industry you're in, whether you're a fitness trainer, an IT professional, an English teacher. China is the land of opportunity. I can absolutely say that. Me personally, I wouldn't want to settle there. I wouldn't marry and raise children there, but I would sacrifice and live there for a few years and make a fortune for myself. It is possible. China is absolutely the land of economic opportunity. There's a lot of crap that comes with it. If you can just buckle up and put your feelings to the side, you can make something for yourself in China. There are absolutely economic opportunities over there. I must say that.
So let me ask this, brother. Right, in terms of like religion, um, does that play a part in China at all? Or are they completely atheists there, brother?
Money is the god in China. There is no religion. Chinese people worship money. They're the biggest hustlers, the biggest hustlers. I used to think it was purely just because I'm black. I noticed Chinese people hustling me all the time. They are such hustlers. But then I noticed they do it to themselves. They just worship money. It's all about money. They'll sell their own grandmother to make a buck. Money is the god in China. If you want me to break down how how they hustle you, I can. But let me just say, to answer your question, money is the god in China.
How did they hustle you, brother, in China?
Oh, so many different ways. With money being the god. So, uh, for New Year's, Christmas, I can't remember the exact Chinese phrase, but the translation is, when they wish you well, they don't just wish you well and wish you well in your health. It's always, I wish you more money. I wish you get rich this year. I wish you get a Benz. I wish you a Bentley. It's always money related. I wish you get rich this year. There's a specific phrase. I'm sorry, I can't remember it, but yeah, it's just obsessed about money. It's all about money in China. Now, there's different kinds of hustles. I mentioned this on the Patreon, so I'm not gonna go too much in detail. Guys, get on the Patreon to get the full breakdown. But when I first got to China, so I landed in Beijing, but I lived in Shandong. Now, quickly, China has different provinces. Think of like in America, you have different states. So China is very similar, but they call them provinces. So I was in a province called Shandong, and I was in the capital city of Shandong. The city was called Jinan. It was only 2 hours away from Beijing. It was my first or second week. I signed up for a gym. I met a gorgeous, gorgeous Chinese woman, and she wasn't built like your average Chinese woman. Korean women are a bit more thick. You can get thicker, slim, thick Korean women. In China, they're genuinely more on the slim, skinny side. They do have hardware. If you get my meaning, but more so up top than on the bottom. They have hardware up top, but in general, they're skinny. But this one I saw in the gym, oh my gosh, fit, so fit, clearly works out. She spoke English very well. I found out she was from Singapore. Well, she's Chinese, but she lived in Singapore, hence the English. I'm signing up for my gym membership. She came over to me. She started speaking to me. We exchanged WhatsApp, WeChat details. WeChat is Chinese WhatsApp. Long story short, this girl was flirting with me so hard to the point I thought, oh my gosh, maybe she just thought I'm a handsome black guy. She wanted to get to know me. She was gathering intel on me. She found out that I love martial arts, I love kickboxing, and long story short, she was basically selling her sexualities, flirting with me, making me think that I had a chance with her, just so that I would spend more money and upsell me on doing private classes with the boxing coach, private yoga classes, private massage classes, basically just trying to get me to spend more money. And she's selling you a dream that something's going to happen between you two, and it's all a hustle, man. It's all a hustle. Everything in China is a hustle. The gym industry, hustle. The car industry, hustle. The the real estate industry, hustle. They use sex as a weapon. They close deals with that. Let me keep it PG. They use their bodies to close deals. The men will be like, "Oh, do you really want that deal? You really want that bonus? How bad do you want it? Well, show me." China's it's all about the hustle. All about the hustle.
Wow. So brother, obviously body count is very important to me. I think most men want a virgin or a low body count chick. Do Chinese women have high body counts or is it low body counts? And can we find virgins in China amongst Chinese women? Break it down for us, bro.
You can absolutely find virgins, and let me tell you why. Because relationships in school is heavily policed. And I can tell you this firsthand intel as being from being a English teacher in China. They don't allow them to have relationships. Does that mean that they don't do it? Yes, some will sneak around, but it's heavily policed. They don't allow relationships. So most Chinese people won't have their first boyfriend or won't lose their V card until university. And for the most part, it is a conservative nation and they do believe in one man, one woman. Couples generally, when they're younger at least, stay together for a long time. It's not until they're married, older life, when they're a bit older, let's say late 30s, 40s onwards, where the cheating becomes an epidemic. But 20s, early 30s, no, it's all about relationships. They stick together and they don't really start messing around until university age. So yes, you can absolutely find a virgin or a girl with a low body count in China. But the older women, different story.
Amazing intel. Thank you, brother. Shout out to Mr. East Coast Kev for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you, bro. Just got back from Cartagena, and the amount of fellas at the airport was mind blowing. Keep traveling, brothers. 8s, 9s, and 10s everywhere. East Coast Kev, can you send me a DM on IG? I would love to hear about your story in and let's get you on the channel, bro, to share your experience about Cartagena, Colombia, and how that was for you, brother. That'd be great. So DM on IG, bro. Let's get that stream planned. Appreciate you, brother. Awesome, awesome intel, Romel. Um, so whew, I'm
Brother,
speechless.
speak just quickly about Chinese girls being hustlers. I've got to let you know this as well. There's another hustle, guys, you need to look out for because some Chinese girls will flirt with you heavy and will give you the impression that they're interested in you, but they really just want to learn English. And it sounds strange. It sounds like a strange hustle, but they truly believe that if they can speak English and learn English, they will have a better chance at life. Learning English is a major priority for Chinese parents to have their children educated in the English language. So many girls will hustle you and they'll show interest, but they're using you to learn English. Or they're using you to look cool to their friends. I've had personal experiences where I was dealing with Chinese girls. They'll take me around the town, show me off to their friends, we'll go out. And the moment they've got a few cool points with their friends, they'll absolutely ghost on you. They show me off to their friends, like, oh, look how cool I am. I've got a black friend and he's not even African. He's from England. Because, if you're black, we're all African. So I'm like that rare Pokemon. They're like, oh my gosh, he's not even African. Look, he's a black guy from England and he's my friend. But then they'll just ghost. They'll ghost, and it does happen. They're hustlers, man. They will use you. So you gotta vet them and make sure they're genuine.
Okay, so they'll ghost you, like block your number, not speak to you again, use you, and throw you away.
Oh
Wow.
yeah. Chinese girls will absolutely use you. They'll use you for money, they'll use you to look cool to their friends. Absolutely. They're such hustlers. Such hustlers, man.
So let me ask this, brother. And brothers, make sure you book your IT consultation to get into IT and you join the Patreon to hear the explicit version of this live stream. You think this live stream was crazy? Wait until you go on the Patreon and hear part 1 and part 2 about how freaky Chinese women get down in the bedroom. So next question for you, brother, is out of Japanese, South Korean, and Chinese woman. Who should brothers be going for out of those three women, brother?
All right. I'm gonna put it out there. Chinese women come last in that list. You can have a lot of fun with them, have a great time, but out of those three, for me personally, I love. I don't have much experience with Japanese women, but from what I know, they're amazing. But for me, overall, I'm gonna put Korean women first. I personally believe they're just winning as an all rounder. From what I know, Japanese women make amazing girlfriends. But that seems to kind of go out the window once the children come in. And once the child comes, you kind of get put on the back burner. I've heard a few horror stories, so I'm not really attracted to that idea. Also, I find Japanese women to be absolutely gorgeous. They're more feminine, very coachable, which I love. But one downside I've noticed with Japanese women, they don't tell you how they really feel. They hide their feelings in too much. And I see how that can turn out negative. If someone holds their feelings in often, you want to know where you stand with someone, especially you're in a serious long-term relationship. I want to know where I stand with you. And yes, as the man, I want you to respect me. I want you to follow my leadership. But at the same time, I need to be able to trust you. And if you're not going to tell me how you truly feel or something bothers you, I can't trust you. Now, with Korean women, I think Japanese women are prettier in the face, but I prefer Korean women's bodies. Their bodies are better. I find Korean women to be a tad bit more outgoing, can have more fun with them. They do tell you how they do speak their mind, but still are willing to follow you and be respectful. So all round, Korean women are winning for me. Japanese women close second. Chinese women, I say third, but I'd even put a Filipina or a Thai before them.
Amazing, amazing. So as we open up the phone line right now, brothers, I want to say a huge thank you to Romel for breaking down China and Chinese women to absolute T. I've got a couple more questions for him, but I'm going to give you brothers an opportunity for you to call in and ask Romel questions. Please be respectful. Don't ask crazy questions. Keep it PG, please, and be respectful, please, brothers. And let's have a great stream. What's that fly doing out here? Okay, so call in, brothers, and let's get it cracking, man. So let me ask this, brother, right?
Mm.
Living in China, like the quality of life there, is the quality of life good or is it bad in China as a foreigner?
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And what's amazing is China is so cheap. So cheap. Your pounds, your dollars can stretch so far. Let's say I was paid an average UK wage in China. Let's say I'm paid on average, I'm just throwing out a random number. Let's just say £2,500. I think roughly that should come up to like maybe $3,000 or a little more. You will only ever spend $500, $700 out of your paycheck. The rest you are saving. And in the UK, it is damn near impossible. You can't save £1,500 or $2,000. You can't save that kind of money in London. No way. But in China, the cost of living is so cheap. It's next to nothing to live on. Food is cheap, transportation is cheap, everything is so cheap. So you're gonna live like a king. And that's one thing I noticed in China. Money was never an issue. I always felt well off. I lived like a king in China. Money stretched so far. The infrastructure is amazing. The train system is fantastic. The first time I took a bullet train in China, I was blown away by how amazing the infrastructure is. The cities are gorgeous. The lights, oh my gosh, I was blown away by the lights, by how beautiful the cities are. China's a dream. It really is. The social issues are real. The social issues are annoying, but the city and the country itself, the cities and the country itself is beautiful. The countryside is beautiful. So much nature. If you like the beach, you can go to Sanya. The beaches in Sanya are amazing. If you like mountains, you can go to Zhangjiajie. That's the area where they filmed the Avatar movies. So in Avatar, where you see the jungles and The Sky Forest, they filmed that in China, Zhangjiajie. They filmed Transformers in China. The countryside is absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, quality of life in China is top notch. I have to rate China for quality of life.
Let me ask you, brother, in terms of renting, was that cheap there in China as well?
Absolutely. China's so cheap. You can have yourself 2, 3 bedroom apartment for maybe, I say, $400, $500. It's really cheap. It's going to be more expensive in the major cities. So Shanghai, Beijing, you're going to be spending way more. But overall, wherever you go, it is really cheap. It is really cheap.
Awesome. Thank you, bro. Dems, you confirmed Dems will turn the camera off. Shout out to Mr. Stupid Rams for the $499 super chat. Any Russian women in China? Yes, we touched upon that, brother, already, but do you want to summarize it for him, Romel?
Yes, there are many, many Russian women in China. Loads. It's quite shocking to see how many they are. However, the Russian women in China, they're not really checking for black men or foreigners, not even so much white guys. They're looking for a rich Chinese man. A lot of them are working women. They work in the clubs, some in the massage parlors, but mainly in the clubs. And yeah, they're after the bag. The Russian women in China are looking for a rich Chinese man, unfortunately.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, bro, for the support, Stupid Rams. So let me bring in Mr. Dems Wood. Okay, and before he will say his question, right? I got a question for you, brother. So what about Chinese women from a place called let's say let me pick a random spot. Chengdu.
Chengdu,
Are-
oh man. Chengdu's amazing, bro. Chengdu is lit. So Chengdu and Chongqing, they're the two biggest cities in Sichuan. Sichuan is a very there's a lot of young people in Chengdu and Chongqing. They've kind of got a little rivalry going on between those cities. Who's got the best rap music? Who's got the best hot pot? Who's got the best vibe? Who's got the prettier women? The women in Sichuan are known to be some of the most gorgeous women in China. So Chengdu and Chongqing is very lit, very metropolitan, very hipster, very friendly. Actually, I've met a few people from Chengdu and Chongqing, and they were actually really friendly. I must say, even the guys as well. I was quite shocked. They're again, it's a very young population because they love hip hop. It's very vibey, a very vibey city. So yeah, you're gonna have a good time there.
Okay, so Chengdu women are good for brothers. Is that what you're saying, bro?
Definitely, yes. Chengdu and Chongqing. I know quite a few American brothers that were teaching, that were basketball coaches, both in Chengdu and Chongqing, and they were cleaning up, and the girls they messed with were top notch, gorgeous, gorgeous. And this goes back to what I said before. If you want a better quality of Chinese woman, go down south, not up north.
So it's Chengdu and Sichuan in the south.
Yes, a bit further down. I believe it's southwest. It's a bit further down south. Yes, the best quality Chinese women are down south, and they say the most in China they say this as well. The most beautiful Chinese women are south of the Yangtze River. So the more south you go, the nicer and the more beautiful they are. Brother, Chengdu and Chongqing women are gorgeous. That Sichuan region, I don't know. Maybe it's in the hot pot, but they're gorgeous.
So brother, you're telling me about it, brother. The most beautiful women there in that particular area, Chengdu and Sichuan, they're checking heavy for brothers.
They're checking
What?
heavy for brothers. Yes, you go to Sichuan. Go to Sichuan. Sichuan is amazing. The food is banging. That's the home of hot pot. I love hot pot, especially in winter time. Very spicy food. If you're a fan of spicy food, Sichuan is where you want to be. So Sichuan's the province. The main two cities are Chengdu and Chongqing. Again, young population, way more open-minded than other regions in China. Very hip, very hipster place, beautiful women, very modern, a lot of shopping malls. You see people out all the time having a good time. It's easier to cold approach there. I took a trip over to Chongqing actually for a weekend. I took a flight over there, started cold approaching women, very friendly, very friendly. Unlike up north, if you cold approach women, uh, you're gonna get Chinese guys surrounding you, staring at you, just cop blocking. But in Sichuan, it was lovely. It was amazing. Very, very friendly people.
Oh, this is good intel, brother. So you're telling me a brother can call a Polish woman in Chengdu, Sichuan, and it'll be a good reception. You might get a number, meet up the next day, whatever, and no
Yes,
problem. No
yes.
Chinese guys hating on you, looking at you. It's all good.
Oh, they'll still hate, but it's not gonna be as heavy as them coming over and trying to block you and just make things awkward. No, Chengdu and Chongqing, very chill, and I don't recommend making Chinese friends. I will say if a Chinese guy comes over to talk to you, he wants something from you. Chinese people don't just come over to you like that. But in Chengdu and Chongqing, they're very known for being low key, cool people. So yeah, I absolutely recommend, brothers, if you're gonna spend some time in China, try to get to Chengdu or Chongqing. Stay away from Shanghai. Shanghai is bougie as hell, so bougie, so stuck up. Beijing people are arrogant, super arrogant. If you're trying to learn Chinese, you want to speak the language with them, they just scoff at you. Like, why are you trying to speak Chinese with me? Just speak English. I speak English. They're very arrogant because they're rich and educated. Go to Chengdu, go to Chongqing, or go to Guangzhou.
This is why this channel is the best passport bro channel. I mean, where else are you gonna get this information about China for brothers by brothers? Nowhere else, man. This channel is actually actionable. You can actually act upon it, right? You know, the information on here is saving lives, man. I mean, uh, and I don't get enough support. I just don't get it, man. We out here putting in work for you, brothers. We got that IT game, the travel game, how to work online. How to navigate different countries. I've touched upon over 50 countries on the Patreon and on my channel. Brothers, you gotta support me more, man. You gotta join the Patreon, hit the PayPal, hit the super chats, cop the merch. I'm out here putting in work for you, brothers, man.
Oh,
Where
IP,
else?
another piece of
Go.
intel for location. I did say don't stay away from up north, but there's a place on the coast called Qingdao. In Qingdao, they actually have a big Korean population. So if you want to meet Korean women in China, go to Qingdao. That's the home of Qingdao beer. Qingdao people are very friendly as well because they live on the coast. So it's just a bit more like beach vibes, way more laid back, and a big Korean population there. A lot of Koreans have settled over in Qingdao. So if you want to meet some Korean women in China, that's the place to go to.
Hold on, brother. Are you telling me that the South Korean women in China are checking for brothers?
Oh
What?
yeah. Oh yes. The South Korean women in China are checking for brothers. Korean women are just a joy and they're cool, man. They're cool as hell. Even in China. They're different. They're a bit more open-minded because coming from Korea, again, their nation is not as closed off as China is in terms of they understand the world, they know foreign culture, they know the difference between American, British, African. They're a bit more clued up on the world. So yeah, I've noticed the Korean women I met in China are very receptive, very open. And in Qingdao, yeah, there's a big community of them, so you can find them there.
Did you date one, brother? Did you go out with one?
I flirted a bit with one, but I never had the opportunity to date one. But I spoke to quite a few, and I know brothers who actually did get the pleasure of dating with them. Oh, speaking of other races, if you can find yourself a Mongolian woman, you have found a gem, brothers. I can't believe I forgot to tell you this, IP. I dated a Mongolian woman. I tell you now, I would have married her. I absolutely would have married that. Mongolian women are wifeys.
Break it down for us, brother. How did you meet her? What happened? And of course, you're telling me the Mongolian women in China are checking heavy for brothers. Break it down
Check
for us, bro.
in, check in. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I didn't even mention this earlier. Slipped me. Now it came to my mind. So there was one Mongolian woman. She had a few friends. I met her in the club. I saw her and I could just tell, oh, she looks a bit different. So I started talking to her and I'll be honest with you, at first she was really stush. She weren't trying to hear from me at all. But it's not because I was a brother or because I was black. It was because she didn't know me like that. And this is why I like them. They don't give the time of day to just any guy. You get yourself a Mongolian woman, she's going to be fiercely loyal to you. She ain't going to be messing or checking for other dudes. Now, she always found me attractive. I found this later. But the time that I tried to chat to her, she had a boyfriend at the time. So she weren't trying to have it for me. She didn't give me no green lights at all. She shut it down, which I respect. Now, months later, I found out her and her boyfriend broke up, and I had it in because of social proof. A lot of her friends became my friends. So she got to see, oh, Romel's actually kind of cool. All my friends give him the green light, so maybe he's not that bad. So because her friends gave me the green light, she started being a bit more receptive to me every time I see her out, because all the foreigners hang around in the same spots. So we started talking a bit more. There was one time we started dancing together. The boyfriend, well, he was the ex-boyfriend at this time, he came over, tried to put his hand on my shoulder. I told him, hey, if you don't want to lose that hand, don't grab me ever again like that. I don't like being touched. Keep it respectful. So I got her WeChat. We started talking. It was a slow burn. It wasn't a quick one night, anything like that. We got to know each other for a while. She told me that her ex-boyfriend was the first and only guy she's ever been with. I'm the second and only man she's ever messed with. And when the pandemic hit and I had to leave and go back to England, we kept in touch. She told me that she wanted me to go over and meet her in Mongolia. She wanted to be serious with me. She wanted to marry me. She said, would I marry her? I said, yeah, I would. You're amazing. We always talked about when we was going to get back to China, how we were going to get together. Because again, I thought I was only going to come back to England for a few months while the pandemic situation settled down in China. Unfortunately, a few months ended up being a few years, and I never went back to China. But for a whole year, we kept talking. We was messaging back and forth. We was video calling, voice calling. She was rich as well. She came from a well-to-do family. She knew I love horse riding. She told me for my birthday she bought me my own horse. Not she was going to, she did. She said, oh, I have a horse for you. I'm going to give you one of my horses for your birthday. Please just get your plane ticket and come visit me in Mongolia. But I couldn't. Brothers, Mongolian women are wifeys. And it wasn't just her. All her friends, really feminine, really submissive, and they don't give the time of day to strange men. You have to take your time to get to know them.
Oh my goodness, what is going on here, brothers? Man, I'm speechless. I am speechless. This is why this is the best passport bros channel on the goddamn web, man.
Brothers,
Oh,
Mongolian women are where it's at, man. I'm telling you, they're hitting every box. The beauty, the femininity, the trust. They are not hoes. They don't give the time of day to strange men. You have to take your time with them. Most of them are virgins, man. Mongolian women are a gem. I'm going to get to that country somehow, someday.
brother, you're telling me, would you put Mongolian women over Japanese women and South Korean women, brother?
For marriage, yeah. For marriage,
Yes.
absolutely. If you're marriage minded, I would put Mongolian women over them. The only problem is the language barrier. They don't really speak English. I got even her English wasn't the greatest. We communicated either in broken English or in Chinese. So that's the main issue. Yeah, the language barrier is going to be a big thing. You better start learning that Russian alphabet.
Awesome. Let me read these two super chats. I'm going to bring in Demswood after. Shout out to Mr. Ayisa A for the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate you, Ayisa, for the support. Great stream. Hey, at Romel, a Chinese comedian. Yao Jing Summers on YouTube says the woman in the rural area are better than in the city. How true is it?
Very true. Very, very true. Anyway, I believe this is the case for most countries. When you go out of the major cities, you find women that are more down to earth, more coachable, more feminine, more loving. The downside is you're gonna have to take more time and be more patient. And again, they're going to be more entrenched in their culture. They're gonna not be so Western. So that means there's gonna be a larger barrier to entry. Yeah, so that's just something to consider. You're gonna have to take the good with the bad. They are better quality, but there's a higher barrier to entry, so you're gonna need more patience.
Thank you, brother. Shout out to Mr. J Remo for the £5 super chat. This is great intel. Heading over to Mongolia in a few months. Met her as an exchange student. She is a virgin.
I believe it. I
What?
believe she's a virgin. I'm telling you, IP Mongolian women, they save themselves. Most of them are virgins. I'm telling you, man, they are a prize.
Mr. J Remo, can you send me a DM on IG ASAP, brother? Please, we need to speak about that on a one-to-one basis. This is incredible intel. J Remo, please send me a DM on IG, bro. Let's catch up over the weekend about how you met her, etc., etc. Please, brother. This is between. I'm speechless, brother. I need to know this intel, man. This is incredible. Wow, Mongolia.
Yes, wifeys, IP. I would marry a Mongolian woman in a heartbeat.
Amazing. This is incredible intel. Thank you, brothers. J Remo, send me a DM, please, bro. Dems, what are you saying, bro? You good?
What are you saying, bro? How you doing, bro?
I'm all good, brother. It sounds like is there any water in the background that's pouring
No.
from your kettle?
No, it's all good.
What's that noise, bro? I'm hearing like a fuzzy feedback. It must be your mic.
Am I good? Am I good now? All good?
No, bro. No, bro. We're hearing literally like fuzzy feedback.
How about now? Is it good?
Nah, bro.
How am I now? Is it alright?
Yeah, that's better. Yes, please. Yes, go on, bro.
How you guys? How you doing, big bro?
Welcome back, bro. And now it's gone worse again, bro. Is
What
it a
is
connection
happening?
issue?
Can you hear me? I'm all good.
Okay, now you're good, brother. Carry on, brother.
How you doing, bro? Can you hear me? Is it all good?
Yes. Yeah, all good, brother. It's been a minute, man. How you keeping?
I'm all good, man. All good, man. Yeah, it was good to see the UK man them back. How you doing, brother Romel?
I'm good, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm all good, man. All good. Yeah, bro, man. I'm gonna have to interrogate you, bro.
I'm here, bro. I'm here. Hit me.
You're talking about Chinese women, bro. You know how Chinese women are in the UK, man. Bro.
Yeah. The UK is a different story, man. They ain't really checking for us, man. They be white worshipping hard.
Yeah, they love their white daddy, man. So, you know. Man. But tell me something, bro. Like, I did watch the Patreon videos, and they were wild as hell. I think, but they were wild, but they weren't as bad as, let's say, the Japanese and German videos. Those were. I still remember those. I'm still remembering those videos, IP. But I'll ask you, let me ask you this question, bro. The Mongolian chick you met in China,
Yes.
does she outskill the Korean chicks that you've dealt with?
Outskill.
Yes.
If in terms of outskill, no. I'm gonna say no, and because they're gonna most likely come into the relationship either as a virgin or most likely one or two bodies, no more than two. So their experience level is low, and more time the kind of guy they're dealing with is not gonna be guys like us. So they ain't even getting it like that. But I would say the good side of that is they are willing to please and they value a man. Mongolian women want a strong man. They're a warrior nation. Like they have a deep history of war, really deep history. So they value strength. They don't want a weak man. So if they will be willing to listen to you. You want to coach her, you want to teach her. I don't think you will be having any problems, man. She'll end up trying to please you. I believe that. But from the get-go, no, it's not going to be as good as a Korean woman. But in the long term, I believe it could be because they're coachable.
But bro, does she have body?
Oh, bro, the body's banging, bro. The body is banging. Like, forget Chinese women. I know this is Chinese women stream, but if you're gonna compare a Mongolian girl's body to a Chinese girl, it's incomparable. Mongolian women, I don't know what it is, but they're built different. They got meat on them. They've got hips and curves. They're not thin like the Chinese girls. They got that Mongolian blood. They're just thicker people. So you usually gonna get more of a slim, thick kind of girl.
Oh man. What about the skin? Do they have some tan Mongolian chicks?
They're darker. They're generally a bit darker than they're darker than Chinese girls. So whereas in China, the whiter the better. And Chinese girls are darker down south. Up north, they're lighter. But the whole country is the whiter the better. Mongolians have more of a tan towards them. They're a bit darker, and they're not as gassed on the skin light and stuff.
They're like Thailand. They're like Thai chicks, man. That golden tan skin.
Not as dark, but yes, definitely got a tan to them.
Oh, IP. Do you feel that? My spider senses are tingling.
Oh man, I'm imagining half Mongolian, half Japanese, man. That'll be a great mix.
Oh gosh, my children.
I've seen a half Mongolian, half Russian before, and that was beauty on another level.
Oh, what?
Yeah, It was when I was in Beijing.
So, brother, you're telling me these Mongolian women, they're checking for brothers?
They're checking, bro. They're checking. I don't know what it is, but the one that I was dealing with and all her friends, they only want to hear Afro beats.
Oh man.
They love Afro beats. They're not into hip hop. They love Afro beats.
They want that Burner Boy. They want that Wizkid kind of dude. Oh my goodness, this is too much.
They can dance, bro. Oh my god, when I see them in the club, they can dance, man. They move like black women. I couldn't believe it. I was shocked. But the way they're so feminine and nice, like you go over and try and catch a wine with them, they're gonna look at you like, no, what are you doing? Keep that thing away from me.
Wow, amazing. So I got a couple callers that I want to bring in. Black Label Expat, can you turn the camera on? So I know you are a brother and not a troll. Passport Bros, camera on, please, brother, for security verification. You'll confirm Black Label Expat. We ain't signing. Can you turn the camera on for security verification, please? So I know you are a brother and not a troll. Let me bring in Passport Bros. You confirm. Thank you, brother. Let me bring in Black Label Expat next. Then after that, Passport Bros, and then we ain't signing once he confirms. Shout out to Ayisa A for the $4.99 super chat. Romel, can you please leave a small list of the cities you talked about and the details on the cities, please, in the comments, please, bro?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, brother. Much appreciated. Let me bring in Mr. Black Label Expat. What's going on, bro?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear, brother. How you keeping?
Good. So I had a question for Romel, and then I also have an experience to kind of to tell as well. So my question from Romel is, there was a study that was done by, I think his name was Dr. David Buss. And it was a cultural study to kind of see the differences between mate selection. And it noted that in China, chastity was mattered the most in the world compared to all other cultures. So I wanted to hear from you if you think that sounds right.
That chastity is highly valued in China.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that, brother. I absolutely agree with that. In China, there's a phrase or a culture called leftover women. So they value marriage, and if a woman is not married by a certain age, and that's usually, let's say, 27, 28, there's something wrong with you. The men are going to look at you like there's something wrong with you and I don't want you. You're known as a leftover woman. You are expected to get married pretty young. Korea is a bit different. They push the marriage age back, but in China, if you're 30 as a woman and unmarried, there's no hope for you. No Chinese man is going to take you seriously. Your only other hope is to get with a foreigner. And I see a lot of foreigners with Chinese women. And this is why I also say I will never settle with a Chinese woman, because more likely you're going to get a leftover woman, because that's the only hope for them. So yes, they value virginity, they value chastity, and they value marriage. And again, like I said before, working as an English teacher, I noticed that relationships are heavily policed in the schools. They're not allowed to have relationships, so they won't have their first relationships until university. And even then, the competition is so strong in China for jobs. A lot of them are just very studious. Even in university, they're not really entertaining relationships until later on because they have to get good grades. The competition is too strong in that country. So yeah, brother, you're right. Chastity and marriage is definitely highly valued.
Would you say that if have you seen it matter more in any other culture?
Have I seen it matter more? Yeah, I'm gonna say Mongolia, brother. I'm gonna say Mongolia. And oh, I just saw something here. They read my mind. How befitting Kazakhstan as well. I have a friend. He's a Black American. I met him in China, and funnily enough, he moved to Korea and was in Korea the same time I was there. He left Korea to go to Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan as well, highly respectable women. They value marriage and they value chastity. So yeah, I'd say even more so than China, Mongolia, and Kazakhstan. Now with China, because they're becoming such a rich nation, they're starting to lose themselves in the city. They're starting to lose their traditions. In the major cities, they're becoming a bit westernized. So that's why I say stay away from Beijing and Shanghai. It's trash women there. Trash women there. If you value marriage, chastity, virginity, femininity, stay away from the major cities. Go to a smaller tier city like Chengdu or Chongqing.
All right, got it, got it. Good to hear. And then I just wanted to share a quick story. So I myself and my brother was in China. Had been nearly like 10 years ago by now, but we were in Shanghai, and I think we were just hanging out on the water, and then um, this girl comes to greet us, and we start to get talking, and then she's got a friend, and it was going pretty well. She was pretty cute, and at least enough for us to entertain a conversation. And at some point, we kind of thought she was just being friendly, but then she asked us if we wanted to participate in this tea party thing that she was going to go
Oh
to.
no.
Yeah,
I know
you know
where
where
this
this
is
is
going.
going. You know
Yes.
where this is going.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Keep
So
it PG, yeah? Is it PG?
yeah, it's PG. It's PG. Yeah, so we go to this tea party, and we're trying out different teas, and it's all very Chinese and whatnot. And then at the end, the bill comes, and I can't
Hmm.
quite read the receipt, but my brother, he speaks Mandarin, and he reads the receipt, and his face almost turns kind of white. And I was like, "Well, how much is it?" And then I think it ended up being like close to like it had to be like $100 or something like that. But my bullshit, or I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I didn't detect that it was what it was because it was me, my brother, and two other girls. We all reached into our pockets to pay for this meal. So I was like, oh well, I guess there's just this place is just kind of being kind of scammy. But later on, when we go to other parts of China and we talk to some other Chinese friends, they let us on about this scam going around where they'll actually where they'll have like some sort of tea party like the one we went to, and they would have girls go out and invite people to join them, and then they would act like they were paying the bill, but afterwards the tea party place would just comp them, and they wouldn't end up paying anything, and then it was really us that were getting shafted. So yeah, so Romel, I'm sure he's very familiar with this story, but I just wanted to share that with everyone.
It's the truth. It's the truth. You're speaking the truth, and I've seen that scam happen so many times, and it happens mainly in the large cities, Beijing, Shanghai. It happens all the time, and this is why I say stay away from Beijing and Shanghai. There's so much more to China, and there's better places. But yeah, and this is what I meant when I say China is very, very scammy. They're scammy people, and yeah, that's a big one. They invite you to a tea party or a tea ceremony, and then they'll charge you an exorbitant fee, and they won't let you leave until you pay.
Yeah,
Awesome,
you just gotta
awesome.
know.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Mr. Passport Bros in the building. What's going on, Passport Bros?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening, bro. How you keeping, man?
I've been pretty good. I hadn't been able to join you in a while, but I hope everything's going well with you.
Yes, bro. We need to speak on a private note, Passport Bro. So if you can put like
Sure,
a
email me.
personal,
Yeah,
or if you
email me.
put your email in like the private chat, brother, just so
Okay, yeah,
I
I'll
can
do that
email you
right
after.
now. All right, yeah. So to the brother on the panel, yeah, thanks for your insight. A lot of the stuff that you talked about, I experienced myself. I lived in Shanghai, and I went to a Fudan University for 2 years. I had an apartment there and everything. One of the most beautiful girls I ever met. She was from Shandong. In fact, it was actually two of them, but I only ended up dating one of them. So when you said you were in Shandong, my ear peaked up because I was like, wow, you're so lucky, because I know the girls up there are gorgeous.
Yep.
Yeah. But the only thing I was gonna say, like, because I've been around Asia, as you probably have too. The only thing that I got a problem with now in China is that, as you were talking about, the job market is fiercely competitive right now. The real estate market is fiercely competitive, and the men are simping hard for the women because they don't have a choice. It's like, at this point, some of the men, like, and this is something that doesn't get talked about. A lot of the Chinese men, they're becoming passport bros, and they're going down to Macau, Malaysia, and they're trying to get women because they don't have enough options where they are, thanks to the one child policy, reducing the number of women they had, right? So my thing is, like, when I was hearing you talk about the leftover women, and the ones that may or may not be chaste, the one thing I have to give them is that the Chinese women are usually smart enough to keep it to themselves. So even if they weren't virgins, you're not going to know about it if they can hide it. And on top of that, um, I don't think. Well, I'm an American man. We don't really have a problem dating women who are older than like 25 or 30. In fact, our expectations and our standards have been beaten down so badly until a lot of American men at this point, they'll just take anything that they can get that treats them with any level of femininity. And yeah, no, I really mean that. We've been beaten down that bad. So leftover woman is perfect in some cases for us. So I didn't know how you feel about that, because my thing is, and it resonated with me when you were talking about how the government polices relationships. Um, the women, when they're in elementary and when they're in certain levels of school, they actually do, how should I say, V card checks. And like, the women will actually tell you, they'll actually tell you that the government literally checks them to make sure that they are V cards, if that makes sense. I don't know if you've heard
Okay.
about that.
Oh, that one's new to me, brother. I'll be honest, the V card checks, but at the same time, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because I've seen they crack down on that hard, and yeah, relationships in school, it's a no go. They do crack down on it hard. I just want to touch quickly on the point you made about the leftover women. I am inclined to agree with you, bro. What I've seen from men in the West being beaten down so heavily that even taking a leftover woman in China is still better than a lot of what you're putting up with back home. And I
Yep.
completely understand it and I get it. And I've seen it. Like certain men, they know for Chinese standards, she's a leftover woman, but at the same time, the way she treats him is just so out of the world compared to what he got back home. My only point of contention is this is maybe just more personal, for me, it's I would have an issue knowing that this woman is only with me because her own man didn't want her. So in the back of my mind, I would always wonder, I'm not her first choice, and that would always bother me.
I hear what you're saying. The reality is most of us will never be a woman's first choice, especially if we're going to a foreign country. However, you know, I think most of us could just move beyond that and say, you know what, if she's gonna give me everything that I'd never be, because you think about it, the women who
Mm,
are at home are so horrible that not only aren't you their first choice, but they're not even going to be anything near a good woman to you. So at least, even if you're not gonna, because first, if we're going to a foreign country, obviously we're not those women's first choice, obviously, because we weren't there in the first place. She
true,
couldn't even imagine that you existed. So
true.
when you land in her lap, so to speak, and she shows you that side of herself where she's trying to wow you and she's trying to impress you, my thing is that's golden in and of itself, because at home we're getting nothing. Like we're getting not only nothing, but we can't even trust the women, to the point where you're so worried about being in a relationship with them until, what is there left? If you have trust, if you have no trust, you have nothing.
I agree with you, brother. For the most part, I agree with you, and you're not wrong. Like, I will absolutely say you're not wrong. The only thing I will say is give yourself the opportunity to get the best that you can get. Now, again, there will always be a certain level of compromise, but I will just say to the brothers, give yourself the best opportunity to get the best you can get, because it is out there, and China's so huge, Asia's so huge. I would say don't settle for the first woman you see. And again, you're right. Coming from America or England, you're so used to to getting such horrible treatment. Oftentimes, the first woman that treats you good, men will fall head over heels, not knowing that actually this is a different land you're in now. And more time, there are actually many women that you actually have, the cards are in your favor. You have options now. So I would advise, don't fall for the first woman that treats you well, because the cards are now in your favor. And just a quick side note, not everyone's interested in this, but this is my recommendation: to set yourself up right to get the best chance, the best quality woman you can. Invest in learning the language. I think that's the cheat code. That is the cheat code.
That absolutely will help you with the family. Like when
Yeah.
if it gets serious enough where you meet in the family, if you know their customs, you know their language, that absolutely helps you tremendously with the family, because they're not completely unaware of interracial dating, because there's a lot of Africans marrying into China. There's a lot of Chinese marrying into Africa at this point.
Mm.
So for you to be, well, I'm an American, but it for me for if it was me dating their daughter, they'd probably feel even better than about that than they would if it was an African dude dating their daughter.
You know, one thing I noticed, brother, the good thing about knowing the language, I can honestly say that my experience in China was very different from a lot of the other foreigners I met, and it was because of the language ability. If you can learn the language now, you don't have to be fluent. Of course, that would be great, but it will give you a whole different experience. And what I noticed is, once people realize that they can communicate with you, they are so much nicer to you. And I've actually had some really positive and amazing experiences with Chinese people because I could communicate with them. And they've given me free food, freebies, looked after
Hmm.
me. Once you break that language barrier, and like you said, the family, not all the time, but there is a chance they become more accepting. So where they have stereotypes about black men, once you can break that ice with the language barrier and they can communicate with you, you quickly find that more so than your color is just more the cultural difference they're scared of. And once they realize that, oh, you are interested in their culture and you are willing to vibe with their culture, they is potentially they can be more accepting of you.
Absolutely, and that also applies to Korea and Japan too.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, if you can speak and read their language and you understand enough of their culture as to not offend them, oh yeah, it's very easy to get along over there. I would love to go back. It's just that at this point, it's like China's having so many problems. It's like I don't see myself going back there anytime soon. I'm more into Southeast Asia now.
Likewise,
Awesome.
I do want to go back, but I don't see myself spending much extended time there. But I would go back to visit. I have some unfinished business in Chengdu and Chongqing. IP, if there's time later, I have some resources here to share with the brothers if anyone's interested in how to go about learning Chinese.
Yes, indeed. Of course, brother. Of course, we'll definitely get that for the brothers. Give me 1 second, brothers. Shout out to Mr. J Remo for the £5 super chat. Appreciate you both for the support. Go is basic. Go what the go Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan,
Turkmenistan,
Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan,
Kyrgyzstan.
Kazakhstan, and Mongolia. Real quickly, and I know you want to pass the mic. Let me just say something about this real quick because I see Kyrgyzstan there. Again, with this shortage of women, Kyrgyzstan is probably one of the worst places, and the reason why is because the women there, and you can look this up, they have videos on YouTube. There's so few women in these countries until part of the culture is the women prettying themselves up by the time they're teenagers because they're literally expecting to be kidnapped. And I know that doesn't make sense, but there's a culture in Kyrgyzstan where the women are kidnapped to be brides. China used to have that problem, and they have cracked down on it by basically giving the death penalty to anybody caught kidnapping because the police in some provinces were in on it. When I was there, women had a problem going to the internet cafes because there was the fear that they might get kidnapped and sold off as brides in provinces in hidden provinces. So Kyrgyzstan may not be that great of a place. Some of these places have you really should look up on their marriage culture and their dating culture because there's serious culture shock, especially Kazakhstan and even Mongolia. I mean, the Mongolian women, and I've met some of them. They're really, really nice. They're definitely loyal. The only problem is meeting them. It's really difficult. It's actually easier to
Yes,
meet Mongolians in China than it is to like really go to Mongolia.
agreed. Agreed. I agree with that all the way. It's easier to meet them in China. This is the thing. It seems like the best women is a higher barrier to entry. In Mongolia is difficult, so it is easier to meet them in China. I agree with that. I don't know all the countries on the list J Remo gave, but I can say Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan have very wifeable women.
Did you meet them in China, Romel? Those two women, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan.
I've met some in China, and I have personal intel from my friend that I met in China that actually lived there, and he's told me he has quite a few African friends who actually live there full time now and are married to gorgeous Uzbekistani and Kazakhstani women, and the village has accepted him as one of their own.
Amazing. So, how is it even harder to meet Mongolian women in Mongolia than in China? Can we not just travel to Mongolia directly and get a flight, or no?
It's difficult to get in Mongolia. I have to do some more research. But at the time, 2 years ago, what I saw is it's difficult to get into the country. And again, they're very family orientated. It's hard to break in. And like what I said before, with the girls, it's not as easy as just going over, hey, how you doing, and cold approaching. It's a lot of social game. It's a lot of
Yeah.
social proof game for them. It's all about who you know. Is a recommendation from my friend? Do my friends know you? It's a very close-knit society. You're gonna need an in somehow. And that's why I said what's great about them is also what's difficult about them, if that makes sense.
Like what you
Mm.
said a little earlier, when you're in China and especially if you're enrolled in a school or if you're there working or whatever, if you meet these foreign women there in China, for the most part, they're alone.
Yeah.
So if they're alone, then already they're suffering some little bit of withdrawal and they're interested in connecting with somebody new. And if you're a black man, especially, it's much, much easier for you to approach them and to strike up dialogue when you're outside of their comfort zone, which is not their country. So if you're in China, when I was in China, I met Azerbaijanians. I met people from I met North Koreans, and I was able to talk to North Koreans. I'm an American. How could you even get near a North Korean unless you're doing it off their soil? You know, and they can open up and they can be who they really are. And the only thing I say is, if you're gonna date these people, you have to remember, for them, sex may be different in meaning. Because like, if you date some of these people, like if you date like Cambodians or whatever, they think that it's sacred, and if you do this, it's like you're leading up to marriage and everything. They're not into the pump and dump culture. They are heavily into family. They are heavily into marriage, obviously.
I can co-sign that for the Mongolians. Yeah, sex is more meaningful for them, and you better be marriage-minded. Don't play them. They're very marriage-minded people. I've noticed the Mongolians.
Amazing. Thank you for the intel, brothers. Shout out to Mr. Intellect for the $5 super chat. So, is it as bad as I assumed? There's a reason I said I expect the worst of Chinese, and they're guilty until proven innocent. Do you want to answer that, Romel?
So is it as bad as I assumed? Well, I gotta know more on what you assumed, brother. Guilty until proven innocent. Again, I need to know what you assumed, brother. What I said with the Chinese is, you can have an amazing time. China's great for having an amazing time. China is absolutely an adventure. You have so much fun. But in terms of finding a wife to settle down with, I personally wouldn't. Is it possible? Yes, but there are better places out there. And again, the cultural differences is going to be a major problem in China. There's not so much exchange of culture. They expect you to completely buy into Chinese culture. It's the Chinese way or the highway.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So before I bring in a new caller, I want to say we got Passport Bros in the building. Great YouTuber, and if you don't know about him, go and check out his YouTube channel right now on the live stream chat right now. Passport Bros Business Class. Check out his content. Great YouTuber. He's in the building tonight, so go and check it out right now. I put a link to his channel in the live stream chat right now. Passport Bros Business Class. So, Mr. Amari, can you turn your camera on in the background so I know you're not a troll, please, and you are a brother? That would be great. Thank you very much. Okay, Amari, you can. Oh yes, I know. Yes, Amari. Hey, awesome, bro. Do you want to leave your camera on or turn it off, please? Okay, awesome, bro. Let me bring in Mr. Amari. What's going on, Amari?
Hey everybody, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, bro. Loud and clear. How you keeping?
Super amazing. Loving the content so far. I
Thank
always
you.
wanted to catch up with Romel. I never got a chance to talk to you, but I've seen your South Korea content. You're really thorough in how you speak, and you're really intelligent. So yeah, bro, keep it up.
Thank you, brother. Much appreciated.
Yeah. So, bro, did you teach English in China? Like, did you need a degree for that, or like, how did you do that?
Okay, yeah, I taught English in China. You don't need a degree, but it does help in terms of you getting a better quality job. If you do have a degree, you can negotiate a higher salary, and you can negotiate a better working conditions. Most English teachers in China, they end up in the language schools. So they're the schools that the students will go to on the weekends or after school. And often those are slave contracts. You have low wages and long working hours. I negotiated to work in a private school. So I actually ended up working in a boarding school, which was very rich parents. One of the good things about teaching English and a good thing about China is, if you're business minded and you know how to hustle, you can make a lot of money, brother. So what I would do to supplement my income, I started teaching private classes. I would do one-on-one. So all the parents, I knew they had money because it's a private boarding school. I got business cards made. I gave them my business cards with my WeChat ID on it. And I would say to them, hey, I think your child would benefit for some extra lessons. Let's talk. Now, China, land of education, the parents are so invested in their children's education. So, brother, I was able to clean up with extra tuition classes, one-on-one classes. I started doing group classes, charging maybe about $40 an hour, 2 hours, groups of 5. Do the maths. I was making stupid money. There's opportunity there if you're business minded.
Awesome. Go on, Amari.
Super, that's amazing. And yeah, I also wanted to chime in on the Chinese girls because I have some experience too.
Break it down for us, brother.
So yeah, I met some Chinese girls out in Seattle, Washington, and like I told IP my story. Like I'm from like the Michigan, Midwest USA. Never hugged an Asian girl in my life. It was impossible. They only mess with white guys or Asian guys. And then as soon as I got to Seattle, I was in the military, and then I got to Seattle night and day. In my first 3 weeks, I met a girl from Hong Kong, and down to got to business. Met a girl from mainland China. She was actually from near Guangzhou. So you're right about Guangzhou. The more south the Asian girls are, the Chinese girls are from, the more open-minded they are.
Yes.
So yeah, that's definitely true. Like you said, they like us, but they don't like us enough to marry us or see more with us. But they will entertain us. They will, sleep around with us and have fun with us. But yeah, I mean, I got deep down with one Chinese girl, and she told me that her parents actually told her that they're not allowed to really marry black men. Like they're supposed to marry a Chinese man first, and if they can't marry a Chinese man, a white man is accepted if he has money, and then like a black man is really a no-no. So yeah, we can definitely hang out with them, have fun with them, but that's all it can get to.
Damn.
Can I expand on that, please?
Please do.
So IP, in your opinion, Romel, you can chime in as well. Would you say China is a no-go?
You go first, Romel.
I wouldn't say China's a no-go. I wouldn't say that. Again, well, it depends on what you're looking for, brother. If you're straight away looking for a wife, marriage, something long-term,
Yep.
I wouldn't go to China. If you're looking for economic opportunity, I would go to China. If you're looking for an adventure, to have fun, to have an amazing travel stories, I would go to China. So it depends on what you're looking for, but I wouldn't say it's a no-go. China is fun. It's amazing. You'll have a fantastic time. Just don't take the women too seriously.
This is tricky because I'm traditional minded, but I'm also looking to make a lot of bags.
With your IT skills, brother, especially you then with your IT skills, brother, you go to Shenzhen, you can make bank, brother. Bank.
I'm just writing that down. Oh yeah, I'm just writing it down, bro. Well, let me quickly expand. Romel, did you see? When you were teaching English,
Yes.
did you come across any white English teachers?
Oh yeah, oh definitely. And I'll be honest with you, man. White guys in China are winning right now. White guys in China are winning, and they're doing the craziest. Like, it almost angers me what they can get away with. I've seen white guys literally do some mad. I'll keep it PG, mad-ish, as in like getting BJs on school premises, doing the most with the Chinese street teachers, and they get away with this crap. If that was us, we'd be deported or in jail. Yeah, they worship white. White is right. The white worship is serious, and I've seen a lot of the white teachers come in drunk to teach, stink of alcohol in front of the kids. They do the most, man. They do the most over there. What's also I've noticed is I don't like the South Africans in China, man. They bring their racist attitudes over to China, and I've had to have a word with a couple of them and say, yo, this ain't your country, man. Miss me with all of that racism crap. So don't come with that attitude. This ain't your country. And I've messed with a Chinese girl who told me that she dated a South African white guy before me, and he used to say outlandish things about us black people. And she let me in on some. She told me, she put me on game.
Oh, brother, tell me. So hold on, sorry, Tim. So, how did you? Were you saying that the South African teachers were being racist towards you, brother?
Not to my face directly, but you can feel the hate. But the one Chinese girl I was dating, she put me on game about the South African white guy was telling her about how we're dirty, we're monkeys, and just all these bad things about us back in South Africa. So she put me on game about how they really talk about us behind closed doors.
I see. But in a professional environment, brother, did you feel like they were demeaning you, or did you feel like some sort of hate towards them and you had to check them? Break it down for us, brother.
Yeah, so one time I went to a restaurant and there was two South African guys and some Chinese women, and this was my first month in China, so I hadn't made my friends yet and met many foreigners. So when I saw them, I was just excited to see other foreigners. So I went over, introduced myself, I said, "Hey guys, how you doing? How long have you been here?" Just being friendly, making conversation. And they were very standoffish with me. They wouldn't give me the time of day. They wouldn't allow me to sit with them, and I could just feel the hatred from them. So I just thought, wow, okay, these South African guys, man, they live up to their stereotype about having an issue with black people. And then again, when I dated the Chinese girl, she confirmed it for me.
Yeah, brothers, be very careful around white South Africans. Be very, very careful. And also, there's also a problem in Asia with racist white people going there. I had a problem with that in Japan, and I might do a separate video about it. But this was a white person that said a slur towards me, but to herself or to her mother. I was about to spaz out on her, but yeah, it was it wasn't a pretty sight. So there's many people that find Asia some sort of their what's it called uh their safe haven for racism, because in Asia the topic around race equality isn't that big there as it is in the West, where they got BLM, diversity, equity, and inclusion, all these policies. That's not really fine in Asia. So be very careful when you travel abroad, especially to Japan, China, South Korea. A lot of racist people go there, and they can actually kind of practice the racism there because they know that they'll get away with it. Would you agree with that, Romel?
Yes, a lot of these white guys, they go and they use they think they own Asia, and they give you dirty looks like, why are you here? It's almost, they don't say it directly, but you can feel the attitude.
Mm.
It's almost of like, oh, this place is for us, this is, the Chinese women are for us, all these Asian girls are for us, why are you here? They do give across that attitude. But I'm gonna throw a little spanner in the works, IP. You know what's interesting? Sometimes you got to watch out for the African brothers there too, which is quite sad to say. You think you'd get love from another brother. Now, I did get a love from quite a few, some African guys, but there are a lot of them. They hate on the Americans and the British guys that come over. Also, there's a lot of jealousy there, a lot of jealousy from the African brothers towards us.
Yeah,
Why
that
is
is
that,
true.
bro?
That's true. Oh, well, go on, Roma. I was gonna.
Why is
Go.
that? Because especially in China, so in China, your passport matters. And I've seen so many African guys run game on Chinese girls lying that they're from America or from Canada. Because yeah, man, yeah. I've heard like Chinese African guys say the wildest things like, "Oh, baby, I'm from the United States of Virginia." I'm like, bro, what the hell? That doesn't even make sense. And yeah, man, they lie. They lie because in China, yeah, it matters. Your passport matters. Once they hear you have an American, Canadian, or English passport, you're treated differently. You're the good black. You're not the African black, which is the bad black. And it is sad to say that, but it is a thing. You're the good black if you got the right passport. So when you come over as a British man or a American man, the African brothers, they do hate because they know that the Chinese women are naturally going to gravitate more towards you.
Yes, very true. And let me also add about the racism issue, because in Japan, right, there was, and I'm going to do a separate video exposing the racism in Japan from white people. So I get on the train in Japan, right, the subway, we could call it underground or subway. I'm sitting down, and opposite me is a white woman, and I know she was from England because you can tell they have this English look, white people from England, and she's sitting down with her Asian boyfriend, Japanese or whatever, right? And she is giving me the dirtiest look, like, why is this black guy in Japan? What's he doing here? And I looked her back, say something, do something. She looked away, looked at me again. I'm staring at her. She looks away permanently. You know, these people in Asia that are white, some of them literally are racist POSs. Be very careful.
Mm-hmm.
Trust no one, brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Trust no one. In the club scene, going out, don't trust anyone. They'll say racist stuff. You know, they'll try it, be very careful. That's what I'm saying. Get in the gym, man. Get in the gym, put on weight, get muscle and how to fight, because it's real out there. These white people think Asia is their flipping playground. You know, and things are changing. There are more black men there, but there's still racism there. Go on, Demswood.
Man, you're giving me props IP to do some another 100 push-ups when I wake up. But yeah, man, I don't. Yeah, I think that basically white people are just insecure. In my opinion, they're just because they think Asia's their second home, especially because of historical reasons. Yeah. I want. Let me ask you this question, Romel. So IP, you're gonna know this. You're gonna know what knows. So when you were teaching English, for Romel, you know the Chinese people, were they putting white people in their commercials?
Were they putting white people in their commercials?
Yeah, like were they advertising white people for their businesses?
Yes, they do. They do that, brother. But it's a bit more in the big cities. But it's not as big as I'd see in maybe Korea. I'll be honest with you, because as much as they white worship, they put Chinese first. Like I said, the patriotism in China is really, really strong. But what they do in the entertainment industry, like they always get the black guy to play the demon or the bad guy.
Goodness.
Yeah, the bad guy and all these things. They're the robber, the gangster. So the stereotype is heavy. Just to touch on quickly what IP said, yes, absolutely, brothers, get in the gym and be the strongest version of yourself, because what I've noticed in China, the physical and the physicality go a long way. And yeah, that's one thing I noticed when I was in China. The girls, they absolutely fawn over a black man who's in shape. You ain't gotta be like super, super ripped or nothing, but when you're clearly strong, it definitely works for you. It absolutely works for you, and they lose their mind. They just want to touch you, be around you, and use it to your advantage.
Right, but bro, like, wasn't there? I remember on the Patreon video there was one time. Unfortunately, one African brother tried it.
Yeah, one African brother tried it with me, man. Again, it's the jealousy and the hate, and I ended up having to drop him on the floor, unfortunately. And man, there was a lot of nonsense there. So that night, like, I dropped him. It was on a Patreon. I won't go too much into it. Jump on a Patreon, guys. And I hate the fakeness, man, because I took one of his friends home that night, a female from his group, and the next morning she's in bed with me, and they're on the phone together. He's on loudspeaker. He doesn't know that I'm next to her in bed on loudspeaker, and he's basically saying all kinds of F me's and cussing me out and saying how he's gonna get his Jiaotong boys to come and get me. Jiaotong was one of the universities in the other town. None of that ever transpired, and I'm just thinking, bro, what are you doing? You're just trying to like talk big to a female, but you wouldn't ever say that to my face. And I noticed that with a lot of the African brothers over there, and I was really disappointed, because like I really made a real effort to make friends with some of the brothers over there, but I got more love from the other American brothers than the African brothers, unfortunately.
Wow.
Damn. Oh man. Man. But what about the time? No, this was going back to the Patreon videos, but I want to keep it PG. Like, can you describe the stinginess of Chinese men? They're just stingy, just weird behavior.
In what sense?
Like, you're doing your business, and they surround you. You get what I mean? Like,
Oh,
Oh
you mean
no.
when I was in the gym?
Oh,
Not only
Patreon, bro. Patreon,
uh,
right?
Okay.
That might be a bit too explicit, bro.
yeah.
I will
Let me
save that one for the Patreon. Save that
yeah.
one for the Patreon. But speaking of getting surrounded, though, I'm gonna say, be prepared to have your personal space invaded all the time, even when you're on the road. If you get annoyed and you don't want to be bothered in China, just play up. Just start speaking English. Most of them don't speak English outside of the major cities, and they'll leave you alone. But they're always gonna surround you, want to bother you, take pictures with you, ask you questions. and it's the same thing all day, every day. It can quickly become annoying. I'm different. I kind of enjoyed it because I was learning the language. I wanted to practice Chinese, but they don't respect personal space at all. So just be warned. And if you're gonna cold approach, warning you, be careful. Chinese guys will just turn up and make it awkward and stand there and start blocking your cold approach
What?
with females. Oh yeah, man, you'll be trying to talk to a female, a bunch of them will just turn up and just stand there and just watch you and just make it hard
Bro,
with the girl.
bro. Hey, we're throwing hands now. I don't care.
Oh, bro, damn, let me just say this. You don't ever want to get into a physical altercation with a Chinese guy. Even if you're in the right, don't do it, bro. Don't do it, because I told you, it's different from Korea. It's different from, hold on, brother. It's different from Korea. Like in China, the patriotism is mad. You mess with one of them, the whole town will come and beat your ass, bro. And you could possibly die.
I was gonna ask you that. Like, you mess with one, next you're gonna see all 20 of them ganging up on you.
It's good because like China is safe and none of them will try it with you. But if you get into something with one of them, they all will jump you.
So, brother, you're telling me, right? Let me put you on mute there, Denzel. I'm hearing background noise. You're telling me, bro, that you call approach a Chinese chick, right? And there can be a Chinese dude that comes in between you or right next to her.
Oh yeah, it happened a lot. It happened all the time, bro. All the time, man. Like if I'm cold and approaching on the road, just random dudes will just come, just stand there, start trying to talk, just asking me stupid questions like, "Oh, have you ever dated a Chinese girl before? Oh, I know about you black guys. I hear your thing's kind of big." Yeah, man, just making it awkward. So yeah, man. And then even when you already know I love martial arts. Once I joined the martial arts gym, they tested me because I'm the black guy there. They have the stereotype of the big, strong black guy. Man, they wanted to beat my ass. They came for me hard. There was one time I went to teach my kids with a bit of a black eye because I'm in the gym and they're literally trying to take my head off.
Oh my goodness! Is that when you were practicing? Huh?
Pardon?
Was that when you were practicing in the gym with them?
Yeah, that's when I was in the kickboxing gym. So what I had to do is I had to go extra hard, put a beating on them, get their respect, and it's like, oh, okay, now we can just train for real now.
Wow. Nah, brother. That's a skip. That's a skip. I believe. I'm sorry, brother. After hearing that you call approach a chick and he would do that while you're speaking to a chick, I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna slap someone for doing that, brother. I can't. I think there's a limit to how much I would take, and my anger will just fill up and start fighting someone, bro. I'm asking China a pass. Nah, bro.
But IP, like 20 of them will try to come after us, man. If we try it.
Nah, bro.
I recommend cold approaching in the coffee shops. I got a lot of success cold approaching in the coffee shops.
What about cold approaching in the south of China? Was that the same issue?
Not as bad, but it happens, but not as bad. And again, they're more used to seeing interracial relationships in the south, especially Guangzhou, because there's so many black people there. But it can still happen, but it's worse in the north. I'm telling you, just stay out of northern China. Go down south. It's so much better because you cold approach in Chengdu, Chongqing, you're good. Some of them may watch and you see them hating on the side, but they're not going to go as out their way to come over and just be a nuisance. It's up northern China where you get that kind of rubbish.
Awesome. Thank you, bro. So, Mr. How long do you have left? We're at 2 hours, bro. I want to make sure we're conscious of your time, Romel.
I'm good, brother. I'm good. I'm here for the brothers.
Awesome, bro. Awesome. I got Poo in the building. Hold on. Shout out to Mr. Ozzy for the $5 super chat. Any intel on Nanning or Guangxi province in general, home to the Zhuang people, largest ethnic minority group in China?
Nanning, I've heard good things about Nanning. I don't know much about Guangxi, brother, but Nanning is supposed to be very friendly. Very friendly people in Nanning, bit low key, not as out there. Not many people know about it. So yeah, respect to Aussie, man. You clearly know your stuff. Yeah, I've heard good things about people from Nanning. Not many people know China has about like I think 52 different ethnicities, but we just mainly know the Han Chinese. They're the main Chinese, but there's actually 52 different ethnicities in China.
Awesome. Thank you, bro. Mr. Pooh, you want to say something, brother?
Oh, my bad, man. Number one, what's up, chat? What's up to the panel? Another classic here. I've enjoyed listening in the background. And my brother, you're not lying about the hate. The hate is real, and it comes from a little bit of everybody. There's plenty of South Africans, white South Africans in South Korea. A lot of times they're teaching English, and they don't like seeing me, my wife walk through the door. They got an issue with that. It's been their playground for so long. Asia has been their fun place. They've been swinging the big one for a while, and they've been pretending long enough. And then we stepped in, and then, that's all over with. It's out the window. So it's just how it is, man. You're going to get that energy. I noticed someone in the chat was saying, if you can't control your anger, you don't need to go into another person's country. It's not a matter of that. It does come down to safety. It can quickly come down to safety and some boundaries. And I'm a man. I have healthy boundaries. I'm gonna give you boundaries, and there's a level of respect that I'm going to give you off the jump, and I expect it back. So all that control your anger, that goes out the window. I have my boundaries, and I'm not backing off of that just because I'm in your country now. So you want to treat me like however you want. It's not happening. Stop, or I'll stop you.
Yeah.
And then so that's a part of our journey as men. We travel out in these countries. This is going to happen. You're gonna have the hate, especially if the happier you are, the better you look. You're really going to have the hate. This is where you realize that these women are, the fear comes from the idea of us. It's from our legend. But then they meet us in person, and then we can be personable, we can be friendly, we can be kind, we can be gentle. And we can be all the things they didn't expect, and we usually are. And that's where things get messed up. Yes, I get some Korean men, they think they're blocking me, and I'm like, yo, this is my wife, bro. You can miss me. You step off. It's over with. She's mine already. Got 2 kids. Go. You're like, come on, man. Like, she's spoiled already. I ruined it for you. And
Pooh, I'm going to touch on something you said, man.
Go ahead, bro.
I agree with, man. I didn't see that comment about controlling your anger. Whoever said that, brother, respectfully, I don't think you've actually lived in Asia for the fact that you made that comment. It's nothing to do with controlling your anger. What Pooh's saying is absolutely right. It's about boundaries. It's nothing to do with anger. You don't have to be angry for you to enforce healthy boundaries. Boundaries are healthy. And there's nowhere in the rule book where it says just because you live in someone else's country, you have to accept a certain level of disrespect. Now, yeah, I got into a physical altercation with one African gentleman, and yes, it got physical and I dropped him. But by no means was I angry when I did it, or was it out of anger? It was out of self-defense. And if you watch the Patreon, if you listen to the Patreon, you will hear that I said that he stepped to me first physically to attack me. So that was self-defense. There was no anger involved. It's healthy boundaries. I will not let another man ever in his life put his hands on me. It's either I'll rather go out on my back fighting. It's a healthy boundary. It's nothing to do with anger. You don't allow disrespect in any form, especially physically.
I've turned many men in Asia into napkins. So folding them right on up. So there's nothing wrong with that. I wasn't trying to go out and hurt anybody, but I have to establish my boundaries, not only for that, to let that man know, to let anybody else know. I got a family. I get constant looks. Usually if you're staring at me when I'm alone, that's one thing. I get it. I'm different. But when I got my family with me, my antennas are up. So it's like, okay, say what you have to say. Let's get it over with, and then move on with your day so I can move on with mine. I'm trying to ignore you. I'm trying to give you a chance here. And then I have to step you. I have to fold you up. I'll step to you because it's in defense of my family. Who are you staring at? my family's here. We're just trying to, we're just trying to go on about our way. So yeah, that's a thing, man. Yeah, and I was just telling my brother, I was chatting with him on Instagram. Our legend is real, man. Our legend is real. It's in their heads. We live in their heads rent free. If their women go near us, I mean, it's their worst nightmare ever. They think they're going to fall in if they go after us. It's a concern. It's a serious concern of theirs. So
Hey, I can relate on that. I can relate to that, by the way.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Yeah, so I was in the club and I had this Korean or Chinese girl grinding on me. And earlier I had a white girl grinding on me, and this Korean dude he had no problem with it, All of a sudden this Korean girl starts grinding on me, and then like next thing you know, like she leads me into this group. All of a sudden I'm surrounded by like all these Korean dudes, and all their faces just like turned sour all of a sudden just because she was twerking on me. So I got the memo. I was like, you know what? Like, I'm gonna just leave this group. I don't need all this. If you like me, you might as well leave with me. But I'm not gonna stick with you in front of all these people. Obviously, don't like me.
The penis envy is heavy. The penis envy is heavy. Like,
that's what it is.
On the Patreon, I told us I'm not gonna say too much. Check it out. But in China is weird, man. Like, it happens in Korea, but in China, these guys won't stop staring at your thing, man. It got to the point I don't shower in the gym no more because they're all staring. It's weird, man. They literally stare. They tap each other on the shoulder, point at it, and they're like, look. Like, it's weird, man. You can't even go to the urinal to pee. Like, the guys just want to look and just double check. Is it really like that? The envy is crazy. They're obsessed with it. Chinese men are more concerned about your penis than the females are. It's really weird.
Definitely, bro. Definitely, bro. I go to the pool with my son, and everyone, there's like the whole place just goes there. So you hear a pin drop, and me and my son, I'm like, they're literally waiting for us to change, and it starts gather in a circle.
Pass. Move on from that, brothers. Move on from that. This is just
yes.
This is
be warned.
Be ready. This is going to happen to you. Whether it's the urinal, you're minding your business. I'm just here to use the bathroom. Wait a second. Why are you next to me when there's 5 other urinals in here? It's just one of those things, bro.
Move on, brothers, man.
Yeah, no problem.
The haters are real.
What I mean by the hip hop card is an Asian person try and get a bit passive aggressive, but they try and use like familiarity. So what I mean is I've had both in China and in Korea, someone come over to me and ask me if they can use the N-word just because they listen to hip hop.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten that too?
Yeah, I mean that's one reason why we gotta. I don't say that word around. How do you say it? Around company. I say it to my closest friends, and I don't say it loudly, because that I know hip hop has kind of let that word be used by anyone now. Like, everyone feels like they can use it, and then they feel, when it was okay to say that word to us, when it was okay to say these types of things to push us down, no one said a word. Now we can say it, and then we don't allow them to, and now they got a problem with it. So now it's a problem. But yeah, this happens. They really want in on hip hop culture. They want to do the whole thing, the whole experience. And yeah, and some of them are definitely slipping it by. I've caught them on a few occasions. I talked about it, and I've definitely put them in check. So I don't use that word. You can't find a person of another color that caught me using that word.
Did they apologize, Pooh?
Oh, quickly. Well, they apologized because it was the only thing that was going to save them. Because I was walking up, I was all on their heels. I was on their helmet, you could say.
They said it to your face, brother? The N-word?
No, I overheard. No, no one in Asia is going to say it to me. It's that's a bold man. I just don't play those games, bro. I want to be respected. Really?
Yeah, bro. I was at Thursday party, right? The club, the bar and
Mhm.
Thursday party.
Yeah, I know
I
what
was
you're talking
in
about.
I was in Thursday's party in Gangnam. I was with my date. There was one drunk Australian Korean come over, and he was high as well. I don't know how he managed to sort that out because you already know that's a big no-no in Korea.
Spice.
And he was drunk and high, and he just came out with he's like, "Yo, what's up, my ninja?" And I just pulled him up and I was like, look, here, bro. I'm gonna warn you one time. Don't call me that. I'm here with my lady. Mind your business, bro. He kept going on. He kept going on. Now I'm trying to keep it cool because I'm with my lady and I'm in the bar with everybody. Bro, long story short, you know what I did? I just pretended I was cool with it, pretended to be his friend. I dropped my lady off to the bus stop, put her on the bus. I came back. I kept pretending to be his friend. I was like, "Oh, mate, you know what? I need to pee. Like, oh, let's go to somewhere quiet." So the bar closed. We're walking through the street. He's like, "Oh, there's no bathroom around here." I took him around the corner. You already know what happened.
Damn.
This
Good,
it's
good,
hard
bro.
to
I
avoid
dropped him. The
that.
guy was calling me ninja all night, man. So I dropped him.
Good,
Mm,
good.
nice one, bro. Nice one. And this is what I'm saying, man. Put yourself on mute, Amari, because I'm hearing this feedback. So the N word use is gone out of control, and there's a reason why I don't allow that word on my channel. You know, I've been in countries where I've heard black people say the N word in front of non-black people. You know, dropping N word this, N word that. I'm thinking, what is wrong with these people? Stop embarrassing us, man. I'm in Germany and I know for a fact, right, this white dude said the N word to me. What's up, my N word? I looked back, I was like, what'd you call me, bro? He's like, no. I was like, did you call me the N word? He's like, no. And then his friend came and said, no, he didn't say. And I know he said the N word, right? I'm like, I told him, bro, don't call me that word, man. That's not how I rock where I'm from, you know? I'm telling you, brothers, and please don't embarrass us. Let's drop that word. It's embarrassing, brothers. For flip's
Honest,
sake.
honestly, bro. Honestly, I think some of us were just too nice, which is the problem. We're too nice. We just want to be accepted by everyone. That's why, so that they say the N word in front of non-black people, and when non-black people say it, well, then we have an issue. I
Wow.
think we need to put our foot down and say no, stop saying the N word, because we know the history and impact of that word. Why are we still saying that?
It's crazy, man. Yeah, I just don't get it, bruv. It's what's worse is when I hear black people say in front of non-black people and give
Yeah,
them
it's like
and give them passes. Or you can say it. Nah, man, come on, man.
Yeah. Like we'd rather be
Please.
accepted than have our dignity intact.
exactly.
The thing is, right,
Yeah.
you can actually live without saying the N-word. Actually, you can say
Yeah.
brother, you can say king. Why has it got to be N-word this, N-word that? That's why I don't get. And I know for a fact it's a form of self-hate. It has to be, because if you keep saying that word, right, you can't say brother, you can't say king, you can't say dude, but you always got to say an N-word, right? Something's wrong there. BS N-word, F that N-word. Um, I'm going to shoot that N-words grammar in like in the rap music and videos. It's embarrassing, man.
You know,
It's
IP, there's
embarrassing.
something you always say. You speak about your image a lot, like look, take care of your image. And you know, seeing as we're speaking about China, China changed me for the better. Like before I went to China and I was riding the Pookie flag hard, bro. Bro, when I got to China, I was just London boy through and through, man. And I had the gold tooth, I had the braids, I had the attitude, all of that, bro. I don't even know how I got hired with my braids and the gold tooth, man. But I got there and I realized my attitude just wasn't working for me, and I was scaring these women off. And I started to realize, like in Asia, you don't actually need to be so hard. Like dealing with these these quiches in London, I didn't realize just how hard I was, and I mean that in a negative sense. And I realized I didn't have to be like that. And I started realizing, like, raw, like, let me smile, man. let me be soft spoken. I don't have to be like, what you mean, man? What you talking about? Like, I was like that. And when I was talking to girls and things didn't go my way, I'm like, you know, get out of here. Sorry, I'm like, get out of here. What you talking about? What do you mean? Just that hard London attitude. And then I came back and I realized it just wasn't working for me. And China changed my life. It taught me to be a little more soft spoken, a bit more respectful. I cut my hair off, and when I cut my hair off, like I did like my hair, but I noticed something. They treated me different. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having hair, but I noticed I started buying suits. I started wearing shirts, and I still like my tracksuits. Don't get me wrong, or my sweatpants, as they say in America. But when I noticed that when I switched up my image, bro, I can't lie, people treated me differently.
Amazing, bro. Let me ask this, brother. When you dropped that Australian dude, you punched him in his face, in his stomach. How did you?
Oh, it was a
knock
left
him
hook to the jaw. It was just one shot. I didn't even. It wasn't. It was just a quick left shot. He didn't. I told him, oh, I need to go to the bathroom, and it was late. The bars closed, so there was like a building, like an apartment complex. And in Korea, well, at least in Seoul, you can just go into the apartment complexes. So we went in, was in the lobby area, it was closed. He went in ahead of me and he said, bro, I don't think there's a bathroom here. He turned around, boom, just dropped him. And then I said, bro, don't ever call me a ninja or any other black man a ninja ever again. And on top of that, he was being very disrespectful to my date, the lady I was with, because when I dropped her off to the bus stop, she told me that when I went to the bathroom, again, the penis envy, he started saying to her, oh, why are you with Romel? I bet it's only because he's got a big, you know what, or what, black guys, yeah, what's he got that I don't have?
Weird, bro. This is what I'm
Yeah,
talking
bro.
about. Damn. Did he go to the police or no?
Oh, man, I don't know, man. I was out of there. As soon as I dropped him and I told him off, I was out. I ran off. I was out of there. I didn't
Did
stay
he
to find out.
apologize?
Pardon?
Did he apologize? Did he apologize after you knocked
Oh yeah,
him
he
out?
definitely apologized. He was out of it. He was in such shock. Like he's probably never had anyone check him before. He's never had anyone check him in his life. And look, I've told you 2 times that I've had a physical altercation, once in China and once in Korea. But the truth is, I'm gonna put it this way. I'm a man of violence, but I'm not a violent man, if that makes sense. I train and I'm not afraid to defend myself, but I'm not a violent man. I just have boundaries. So my one thing is just don't physically touch me. And if you're not I don't even like black people doing it, but if you're a different race, don't call me that word, especially after I've asked you to stop. I never lose my rag and get angry. I always use my words first. And sometimes, like, I'm not a very imposing presence, man. I'm only 5'8" and I've got a baby face. And I found in my lifetime, people often take me the wrong way. They don't take me seriously, but that's your fault. When you're gonna get the shock of your life, and I've noticed, like, if you disrespect someone, and I've seen this when I was in university. There was a Spanish boy. He looked like Justin Bieber, looked like a sweet boy, and I saw this in the club. There was a group of black guys messing with him. He accidentally stepped on a black guy's shoes, and he was so humble. He said, guys, I'm so sorry. The black guys were pushing him like, yo, you stepped on my trainers. What are you doing? He said, guys, I said, I'm sorry. Let me buy you a drink. They kept messing with him, pushing him, got physical with him. And I saw him give one roundhouse kick to the black guy and dropped him. And I'm telling you, be humble, be nice. You just don't know who's who, and you don't know who's capable of what. Don't judge people based on appearances alone.
Amazing. And when he dropped him, did all the black guys rush him or they stepped back?
No, they didn't even rush him. They were shocked. They actually backed off, and I was shocked because I was working on the bar at the time in university. I thought he was going to get dropped by all of them, but they were intimidated. They actually left him alone. And when I say this kid looked like some little Justin Bieber looking dude and he dropped him with a roundhouse kick, come to know he's been doing kickboxing and taekwondo for like 10 plus years.
Amazing, bro. Brothers, get in the gym, learn how to fight, man, because we need to defend ourselves if we need to, man. I'm telling you, it's a cold world out here. Don't let anyone mess with you, man. Have a warrior's mentality. Be a goddamn lion and let people know, don't mess with me, man. Amazing. Thank you, Romel. Let me bring in Mr. Theo Wife in the building. Shout out to Mr. Ayisa A for the $10 super chat at Pooh. What's up? I got so many questions. You have a social question to panel. Which language was worth learning in the long run and had the most impact? Korean, Japanese, Mandarin, or Spanish? Okay, go on, Romel, if you want to answer that.
People start going to which language was worth learning in the long run? Okay, brother. I've often heard people ask me, "Oh, what's the most useful language?" I don't really like that question. I don't think it's so much as useful as much as where does your interest lie? And Theo's here, and Theo actually said this to me before, and I agree with him. For me, the reason why my Chinese got so good it's because I just really wanted to smash Chinese girls. So I had a personal invested interest. You need to get emotional with it. And I mean that in a good way. You've got to have a solid passion for why you want to learn that language. Do you want to live there? Do you want to date the women? I really wanted to smash Chinese girls. So I went hard for learning the language. So yeah, long story short, I don't agree with the whole what's the most useful language question. What do you want to learn and why do you want to learn it? That's what really matters. Figure that out first and then you're good.
The why is always important. And yeah, my information, IP has all my information, bro. So you gotta get up with them.
Awesome. Thank you for the super chat there. Shout out to Mr. Jeremy for the £2 super chat. Is Hainan Island worth going to?
Hainan. Oh, brother, definitely. I say everywhere's worth going to explore, brother. Explore. If you have an interest somewhere, go explore, brother. Go explore.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. What's going on, Phil? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. Can you guys hear me? Looks good. I'm enjoying this. I'm actually enjoying this a lot. I just wanted to come in and say my 2 cents real quick, and I'll let you guys continue talking. I agree with you very much that the North is more troublesome, I would say, than the South. There's many more opportunities in the South compared to the North. I was in Beijing, and I was like, oh my goodness, these people are full of it. These people are full of themselves. So I was like, I'll just be good, do my business, and leave. And that's pretty much what it was. I like Beijing, but I didn't want to mingle with the natives that much. Shanghai was much better. Hong Kong, amazing. The countryside of Hong Kong, amazing. So I would say the further down south you're going, the better it's going to be. But of course, Hong Kong was an English colony. So, right? So you definitely have that point. The Chinese can indeed be rather nationalistic and racist. I didn't care because I was just like, you have invading foreign forces coming in and killing how many tens of millions of your people? So I can kind of see that, you know. I was like, it's your country, you act that way, it's fine. I don't care. And yeah, I tend to avoid Chinese women. I met some cute ones, but I really wasn't into them. So that's why I didn't really continue on with Mandarin. It's nice that I can read I can read a lot of the places because I have Japanese with the kanji there. But it's good for that. Only for that, for reading in China, it's useful, but that's about all. And again, the language, guys, just choose a language. Choose a culture or the nationality of the women that you like, the culture that you like, and go from there. It really is that easy. It's like cloud, because of my classes. If you like one cloud versus the other, then study it. It's, I got guys who are deep into Azure. For also programming languages, if you want Python versus Go, then do Python. I mean, just don't make it difficult. It's very easy. Like you'll say, I want to do Go on GCP. Cool, that's what you're doing. I want South Korean women. Well, you know where you're going. You know the language to learn. It's that easy. Anyway, I just wanted to add my 2 cents. Good. I see a lot of good comments here. Good conversation. Oh, and if they do call you the N-word, I think it's notorious or narcissistic, nymphomaniac. Those are good N-words. If they do call you the N-word, don't care. Just ignore them. Just keep on going. Just keep your eyes ahead. Especially in China, they are highly nationalistic. Like what other people were saying here, they can form groups and kick your butt. And you don't want to be a part of that. You don't want to be aware. You don't want to be there. So just say you're sorry and get out of there. It's not worth it.
Bruv, Theo, I respect you a lot, man, but I think, nah, man, if that's the case, I ain't going China, bruv. I'm sorry. There's no way I can just walk away. You calling me the N-word to my face. Nah, bro, I don't know. That's just not fine, bruv, to me. What the hell's going on, bruv?
they have overwhelming numbers against you.
I'm
It's
gonna
not-
agree with Theo on this one. I'm gonna agree with Theo. Although I said I dropped that guy in Korea, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't risk that in China. In China, you mess with one of them, they're all gonna come for you. It's extremely nationalistic, and I would not risk putting my hands on a Chinese man in public.
Yeah, it's just keep on going. If you're with a Chinese girl there and they're talking about some part of your anatomy, or they're saying like your GitLab is so huge they don't like that, they don't like your size of your account, just say you don't care, and it just keep on going. It really is not worth the fight. It's their territory. They have had so many problems throughout their history, with especially with foreigners. Just be like, cool, man, whatever you do, I'm gonna do me. I'm gonna go do my stuff. South Korea, yeah, you can go to a fight with them. Yeah, you'd be like, okay, you want some? We can go to it. But the guy's probably trained in Taekwondo, so make sure you know what you're doing. But actually, that wouldn't be true because a lot of the Taekwondo guys don't want to do fighting. They know how to kick somebody's butt. So like, hey, I'm good. I don't need to fight. I don't need to fight anymore.
No, they can fight in South Korea because what is that noise? Sorry, let me put you on mute there, Black Labor Expert. So in South Korea, right? I know they do military service, so I know for a fact that some of those dudes can fight. Majority of dudes there. So yeah, would you agree with that, Romel? I think they do.
Yeah,
do
I'll be
military
honest
service,
with
right?
you. I was pleasantly surprised. When I got to the gyms in South Korea, I found that the martial arts level was very, very high, very, very technical. More so than China, actually. China was a bit messy, but the level in Korea is quite high. It really is.
Yeah. I just wouldn't fight with them. It'd just be like, hey, let's just talk. It's the easiest way of doing it. There's not a reason to do a fight with these people. And if you're just like, hey, I want to have some sochu with you, let's just have some sit and talk, they probably will sit and talk with you. So they're not really inclined to go fight a foreigner, particularly a black guy.
I do find them to be more respectful in Korea than China. Chinese people, they will get in your face. Like I said, they don't respect personal boundaries, and they'll say what they think. But in Korea, they'll look away. If you catch them looking at you, making eye contact, they look away. They're more respectful, and if they do have a problem with you, they're not as quick to voice it as, say, Chinese people. They are more respectful, and I have found out from Korean people that they themselves find Chinese people to be rather rude.
Yeah, so do the Japanese. They say the same thing about them. But again, I'm just like, I'm looking at these guys and like, you guys have major geopolitical problems between each other, yet you do business together. Why don't you guys figure that issue out? I mean, my country's navy is in there controlling like the waters and can nuke you guys off the planet in a second. So I really don't care. Oh, your women love me too. So okay, I think I'm good. Oh, your food is good too. I'll just eat that, date with your women, and I'll do my thing. That's
one thing, right? Do not tell a Japanese chick, right? I thought you were Chinese. She would tell you, listen, she would tell you, I'm not Chinese. Don't call me that.
What you could say to a Japanese girl is that you like, I thought you were half French or half English. Oh, that'll work. Yeah, because she'd be like, you think I'm half? You think I'm that beautiful? Like, yeah, I thought you were that beautiful. Like, oh, like, yeah, that's one way.
Don't say Chinese. Don't say Chinese, brothers. Don't do it.
But you have to remember that to the Japanese, they're not Asian. Okay, but see, that's the question with you Brits. Are you European? Because you're on an island, so you're not on the mainland, right? So you have that discussion on the island. Look at that, kind of funny. So the Japanese are the same way. They're like, hey, we're an island. We're island people, so we're not the mainland, so we're not Asian. It's like, okay, fine. You're not Asian. You're Japanese. Like, it's your country. Your women want to date me. It's fine. I don't care. So just let it go.
Let me read a couple comments on the super chats. So he says here, I dealt with that with a Korean American guy, and he even called his black stepdad that. That's disgusting, man. That's absolutely disgusting. This is what I'm talking about. Some of our young brothers in USA are just ignorant. Yep. this brother says, is there a difference between the A and ER? No difference. No difference. Same goddamn thing. I don't know. I don't know.
Ozzy, come on, bro. Come on.
Whoever came up with that difference, they are absolute fools, in my opinion. They're the same thing. Let me see. Where's any more super chats? Okay, hold on.
So yeah, if I say neighbor or neighbor, same thing.
Same thing, man.
Same.
At this time, it's habit. It must be habit, or some of these dudes are just lazy, bruv. Lazy, you know. I
You
mean,
just don't say it. No, no.
a lot of dudes don't care about their image. You know, they want to be cool. They want to do this crap. Nah, bruv, you're saying a racial slur that was very harmful towards our ancestors during slavery.
Yeah.
I take offense to that, brother. You know, slavery wasn't easy. It was a disgusting time for a lot of black people worldwide, in the Caribbean, in the Americas, and our ancestors, my ancestors, were called the N-word. You know, our ancestors were called the N-word every day. Before they were hung on trees, they were called the N-word. And some of our black people are going around saying a racial slur like it's nothing.
Yeah.
It's disgusting, man.
Sorry, IP. I'm gonna say something controversial.
Hold on, bro. Before you do so, let me read the super chat real quick. Hold on, brother. Chotomate. Hold on. Okay, so shout out to Mr. The Legend of Tensuke for the $9.99 super chat. Shout out to all the brothers learning a martial art. It's better to be a warrior in the garden than a gardener trapped in the middle of a war. Warriors mindset. Yes, indeed.
I agree.
I've been slacking myself. I need to learn a fighting skill. I go to the gym, but I don't know a martial art, so I'm definitely gonna take that seriously very soon, man. So appreciate you, Tensuke. Go on, Demswood.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something controversial regarding the use of the N-word. Some black people in the UK and the US, bro, they just don't care about what our ancestors went through. They don't care. They just don't care. They're being ignorant.
Yeah.
And those sorry, big bro, feel. You know when you were talking about China developing in Africa IP, there was one brother in the chat. He said, "I'd rather be China than the UK or America." I was like, I had to ask him, like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, he couldn't answer the question. He avoided me.
Brothers want to be dominated by people. How about we just run our own countries by ourselves? Come on, man.
Exactly.
I'm lost. I'm lost for our people, man. I really am. We have all the resources. We got the diamond, the gold, and everything, and we can't actually have a functioning country. It's a joke, man. I'm embarrassed. That's all I'm gonna say, man. I really am. If you think I'm happy that I'm in this country, right, where I could live a much better life in my original homeland that has all the resources that's powering the whole entire world, and I'm suffering here, dealing with racism, dealing with white people looking down on me, you know, dealing with, you know, me having to work 5 times harder than the white person or Asian person to get a promotion, or, you know, or to get a better job. I've got to go on 10 times more interviews. If you think I'm happy about that, brothers, I should be in Africa amongst my own people, right? You know, we should all be living off the resources, living great lives, like the Saudi Arabians, like the Arab people. But we're all suffering all around the world because our countries just can't seem to have their ish together. I'm embarrassed, man.
That's why we have to have a separation, and us who are knowing what to do should need to kind of like start making our own communities and keep on formulating or pooling our resources together. It's going to take a few hundred years, but it'll happen. We have to start making these moves. So you're entirely correct, but such is life. Got to keep on moving. Africa is so rich. We should be living really well, but it's just not the way it is. So
I'm gonna
Oh,
agree
wow.
with Theo on that one. We gotta start making moves, but I want to say this out there to the brothers. I'm not naming anyone specific, but guys, we gotta start supporting each other and let go of this crabs in a bucket mentality. You gotta be happy when you see your brothers winning. I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm happy when I see Theo doing well, Romel getting his first IT job. You know what I've done for the brothers on this channel. Brothers can't come against me. Brothers can't criticize me. I put in work for brothers. I put in free time for brothers. You know, I do a lot for brothers. So y'all can't tell me ish, man. Now it's time for you brothers to help each other out. That's the only way we're gonna rise, right? I don't have to do this IT stuff for brothers. I don't have to do it. Theo doesn't have to do it as well. Theo does it for free. You don't have to do it. But we out here putting in work for you brothers, man. That's the
Yeah.
game. The Chinese man does it. The Indian man does it. The Arab man does it. I mean, and that's why I pray one day black men dominate IT, because based on my research, every group of men dominates one particular field. Indian people dominate the healthcare field in the UK and the IT field as well. We don't dominate nothing, man.
Yeah.
Please. Oh my God, I'm so frustrated.
Yeah,
brothers.
big up IP and Theo, man. I want to just pay some homage to you two, man, because like in my experience from what I've seen, people just don't be sharing information. Like when people win, they don't really come back and share information, and you two are just sharing information with us. You give so much of your time, so I just wanted to pay homage and say thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Basically, one of the problems is that when people are quiet and they're keeping their resources to themselves, they're actually like self-segregating. And again, if you're talking about an organism, that's how you die. The cells need to be together. You need to be living together. So when we actually talk and we can look at our experience, we do training and we're actually working together and we're actually giving information to each other, we actually become stronger as a unit. So that's what we actually need to do. And that's what I do in my classes. And that's what IP does as well. So the more we work together, the stronger off we are. But as you notice, most people in particular don't want black men to be working together. That's the strongest area of trying to get, of doing a separation or trying to get, like say, disorganization or get us to hate each other. So that's not what I want. I want us to be a strong unit and to be working with each other and thriving. And we have to, again, make a difference between us and other people and say, we're not like the rest and we have standards and go out and do it. We have to be elite, right? So it's not hard to do, just have to maintain it and keep it going. And then also learn the language, big time. The more abroad, the more we learn the language, the better off it is. So again, you have IP in Japan, speaking in Japanese. Again, big effect. Gets them way further than it would with like white people over there. The South Africans, yes, I know some South Africans in Asia. They didn't speak the languages like I did. I can crush them. I didn't care. They'd say something about me and be like, you're illiterate compared to me. Get out of here. Like my country's sanctions destroyed you. So I don't know who you are. So, right? I'm like, don't even play with me. So the more education you have, or even if you don't have formal education, the more you train yourself, the more you study, the better off you make yourself, the more you'll be resistant to this kind of crap, particularly in Asia. So go study, go get it done. I mean, I'll just tell them the class how many. Like, I'm going big on Korea right now. I just ordered, I don't know how many more books for Korean. I'm ordering them all from Korea right now. I'm going to go back and go study that hardcore. Go do it, guys. It's really not that hard. And when you do it and you get through it, the benefit that you have is just huge. So go for it.
I'm going to agree with Theo on that plot. He said something which I agree with wholeheartedly. We need, and I'm going to say as black people, we need a culture of excellence. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. You need to tick every box. See yourself, your life as you got different buckets: your education, your fitness, your love life. You want to keep filling up these buckets. Go hard for everything. Theo just talked about languages. I want to touch on languages a bit. I mean, Yeah, man, I'm going hard for Korean right now as well because I'm dreaming of getting back to Korea. Here's a good one, dirty Korean for you that want to be able to start flirting with your Korean girls. I use this just for fun. I read storybooks in Korean just to practice reading and learn a lot of vocab. When you can't sleep on your grammar, Theo always talks about learning grammar. So this is a great grammar book. Talk to me in Korean. One of the best grammar books I have for Korean is this one. If I was gonna recommend one, this one, Korean grammar for speaking. This is great. Seeing as we're on a China stream, just a couple of resources for Chinese. So when I was in China, what I noticed was in the universities, they particularly they use this textbook to teach the international students. It's called Boya Chinese. This is what they use in the universities to teach the foreign students. So all the foreign students I knew, they told me to get Boya Chinese. Outside of Boya Chinese, the main educational board in China is the HSK. So you can also use the HSK series for Chinese also. So these are just a few resources you can use.
Wow, amazing. Thank you very much, Romel. Hold on, Theo. Let me read the super chats real quick. Hold on.
Okay.
Shout out to Mr. Bala Jallo for the $5 super chat. Grain Tell Flames. Yes, indeed. Amazing live stream. Classic. Thank you, brother. Shout out to Original Man for the $5 super chat. Thank you, bro. There were ratchets that twerked on the roof of El Mina Castle. I might do a reaction to that, brother. That was disgraceful. Where our ancestors were sold and shipped off. I was furious. It's a joke, man.
Ooh, are you serious?
Yeah, they did that. I saw that. Yeah.
I'm going to react to it.
That is depraved. Nah.
Yeah.
No. So nah, man, I can't believe that.
They did. I saw it. 3 of them.
Shout out to Jerima for the £2 super chat. Learn Krav Maga. It helped me a lot. Okay, awesome. Thank you, bro. You know anything about Krav Maga? Romel, is that good?
Yeah, that's the martial arts they teach in the Israeli military. I haven't dabbled with it myself, but I know about it. It's supposed to be really effective.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
What
do you know, Romel? Sorry, Demswood. What's your specialty, Romel?
Me, so my bread and butter was boxing. I did boxing for 7 years. Then I segued into jiu-jitsu. I've been doing jiu-jitsu for 5 years. I've been doing kickboxing for 5 years also, and then wrestling. And I also do some weapons training. So I'm very good with knives and stick fighting, but I need to get a bit better at my weapons training. I do like Kali, the Filipino weapons martial arts. So in terms of hand-to-hand combat, wrestling, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, and boxing.
Awesome.
But I'm gonna recommend for self-defense, really and truly, I'll just say boxing and wrestling. Really, that's what you really need.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Romel. Awesome. Amari and Andreski, can you turn your camera on the background so I know you're not trolls? And let me bring in Mr. Go on, Black Label Expert.
Oh, so it was me, IP.
Go on, then Expert after.
So fun fact regarding Eskrima, not Eskrima, Krav Maga. Do you know Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman, right? Yeah, she's a practitioner of that martial art, and she used to be in the Israeli Special Forces. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a little info on Wonder Woman. But yeah, carry on, IP.
Awesome, thank you, Demswood. Mr. Black Label Expert, you got a question?
Well, it's more of a comment, but I was going to say that if you read some of Chinese histories and you've seen the way that certain nations have treated the Chinese nation in the past, you could kind of get a pretty good idea of like why their nationalistic tendencies are the way they are. Like if you do research on the Boxer Rebellion or the Sacramento or the whole debacle about the Nationalist Party inviting the Chinese in and you know making Manchuria, and then you know them getting chased off to Taiwan, you kind of see why they kind of like plug their ears and say, you know, we don't need anyone else. We just want our own culture. So, yeah, that's just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, hold on, let me comment on that. So if you also look at the Cultural Revolution and the chaos, the horror that they had with that, and then even like in the early 80s, well, even late 80s, they were going around thinking that like they didn't deserve like to have the same standard of living as foreigners. Or so they would see the foreigners going to the hard currency stores and buying their different products there, and they were like, we don't deserve to be on that level, or they'd have some sort of jealousy. And now they're not having that issue at all. That's why I would say, like, dude, look at the history that they've gone through. It's like, yo, you guys got hurt hard. If you guys have a problem with me because I'm a foreigner, I don't blame you. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna be on my own, do my own thing. I'm gonna let you do what you guys are doing. I'm not gonna be angry with you. I'm not gonna hold it against you because, I mean, man, the millions of people that they lost, it's just huge. They have history of just like last 100 years. It has not looked good. So I'll let them be.
You
Yeah,
know, the
for
one
real.
issue I have with that though, guys, like I agree with you all 100%, but it seems to me as if different people respond to trauma differently because I hear it, but why the Congolese haven't reacted the same way? Look at what the Belgians did in Congo.
Mm. Yep.
Yeah, but it's okay. That's how the North, particularly the North Chinese, that's how they are reacting, and they really got hit hard. So, fine. I mean, it's okay. You still got Japan irritating the heck out of them by going to Yasukuni like almost every year, and celebrating venerating the war dead, who are basically war criminals to the Chinese. That irritates them like what, every year, every 2 or 3 years, something like that. I'm just like, yo, that's okay, fine, guys. Like, let you go. Other countries react in a different way. That's true. That's fine. I don't care.
And
That's
I,
fine. Yeah.
I feel like African countries haven't reacted well to slavery and colonialism. I think we're still too
Facts.
we're still too kind, and I think maybe we should start copying the Chinese. Too passive. Maybe we should start copying the Chinese model or the Arabic model, where our people come first and then you get the scraps. Because if you get a expat job in UAE, you're getting paid well, but the UAE man, the Kuwaiti man, is getting paid a lot more than you. Okay, they in some cases they're not even working there in the UAE, right? But for Africans, they come in, they make millions and they go away. I can never be a millionaire in India. you, you think they'll let me, a black man, become a millionaire in India? But an Indian can
No.
come to Africa and make money, right? It's a joke, man. There's a case, right, about an Israeli guy, right, from Israel. He was broke in Israel. He comes to Congo. He becomes a millionaire. Do you think I can go to Israel and become a millionaire myself as a black man from England? Hell no. They'll
No.
kick me out. This is what I'm talking about, brothers, man. It seems like people who are successful in this world are the most, exclusive people. They won't let people into their crown jewels, right? I've noticed that. Come on, man.
Yeah. You're entirely right on that one. And again, it's like, okay, we have to choose differently. We have to do it differently. But that's going to be like 100 years. It's going to take a while. So, but we can start now. Other black men have started before us. And so we can just keep on working on it, make sure we make the right decisions throughout time. And, slowly but surely this will happen. We're talking about African colonization. Oh, good. I don't want to start. It's like, well, there's too many problems. So, again, Asia with the Chinese, they have their issues. Let them have their issues. I'm like, fine. We're just trying to make sure that their economy grows by a certain amount, and then they don't go kill all the Taiwanese. That's it. They're fine. As long as that doesn't happen, we're good.
Yeah, and I want to say that I'm not trying to make like a judgment call or anything like that. And I think there could be like better ways to react to bad history, but I'm just saying that I could see why they are the way they are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a reason for it, and again, let it be. They have there's some sad stories coming out from China. The amount of sacrifice that they've had to go through.
But the thing is, Theo, right?
Yeah.
Black men and black people weren't responsible for that, and I feel like that this is my frustration here, right? White people have done some messed up things all around the world throughout history, but somehow they still get praised, they still get worshipped. You know, like Romel said, they're happy if they marry a rich white guy, but never a black guy. What on earth has any African country done to China in history? We've not colonized them, we've not exploited them, done nothing. So why do they hate us over white people?
You know
I think
what?
it's power.
We don't control our own narrative. You remember,
Exactly.
Europeans, they control the media, and media is very powerful. And I've learned that living in China, media is extremely powerful. They're fed a narrative about us, and we don't control media. We don't control our own narrative.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but
It's
I-
facts.
I'm more
Facts.
practical. I'm like, you could have China. That's fine. We got Thailand, Philippines, Japan. Looks like South Korea's open. Cambodia's there. Vietnam's there. Okay, let's go there. There's plenty of places we can go. Yeah, that's fine.
IP is honestly power, man. It's the white man, years upon years of social engineering, propaganda. It's what the West do, IP.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Let me bring in new callers in. Amari, turn your camera off, and let me bring in Andrew Ski Gordon as well. Andrew Ski in the building, and Amari. What's going on, Andrew Ski?
How's it going, man? How's it going? Just
good,
listening
brother.
to the streams. Saw Romel, everybody on, so I decided to just join. Yeah, like you guys were saying about like the usage of N-words and stuff like that. When I went to South Korea, I had yet to see one Korean person using the slur that we call Asian people in the West. I have yet to hear it. And like you were saying, IP, I don't understand. I removed the word from my vocabulary because it didn't make sense to, the whole thing with what Theo was saying with like the E and the ER and the IA, it's the same thing. So it never made sense. But like you were saying, IP, about you're saying about like how white people have done a lot of things to Asia, correct? You were saying that?
Yes.
And it's so crazy because my girlfriend's in Australia, and she overheard this French guy saying, "I do not like Japanese people," and I thought to myself, And this is not going to my girlfriend either, but it's just like in Asia, how they want to look like, how they brighten their skin up, they get their eyes, features and stuff. I'm thinking to myself, if this is how do you want to look like the person that hates you? That's what came across my mind. I said to myself, if these people, if you worship these people, but they don't even like you themselves, but why are you worshiping them? That doesn't make sense, does it?
Okay, I know what you're talking about. That was, again, when I was there in Japan in the beginning, I saw that, and I was just like, this is some messed up stuff, and you get used to it. You're like, whatever. I don't know why you guys do that, but it's fine. I don't get it. The big one is, like, they have all this anime, right? And almost everybody's white in the anime, or some sort of European look, but some kind of weird, like, blue hair, purple hair, but it's white people. But if you understand, like, I'm coming from Japan, right? I understand the anime from Japanese. These are Japanese people speaking. It's really Japanese characters, but all the characters are. You look at the anime; it's all white. I asked them about it. They gave an explanation. I'm just like, you guys are weird. Like, really, you're not using a Japanese face for this. You're using Europeans for it. And I was like, whatever. You guys are just weird. Whatever. I don't have time for this.
I think I agree with Theo on this one. It's getting to the point now where I'm like, just control what you can control. What will be for you will be for you. I mean, it's just whatever. Because when you're in Korea, when you're in Japan, there's more than enough women to go around that love brothers. So the ones just like, who cares now? Who cares? What will be for you will be for you. There's more than enough to go around.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let me go to Amari. Amari, what are you saying, bro? You're on mute, brother. Let me unmute you.
You hear me?
Go on, bro. Loud and clear, brother.
Okay, so there's a few things. Romel and Theo, the languages. You have to learn the language because you get one step like Chinese. Like, so there's three things. Ni to nani la. It means like, where are you from, right? And then the girls, oh my gosh, you speak Mandarin, you speak, right? And then Li Song Ma, like, are you single? Right? And the last one, Ni Hao Hao, means you're very beautiful. So like when you say those things, like you gotta step up. Like a black man speaking some Mandarin Chinese, like the girls keeping it.
哎，兄弟，你说的很好，你说的很好，非常好。
I also want to say that you also would be the very first black men they meet, because if you think about it, they don't speak English, so they can't talk to they can't talk to foreigners. But if you learn the language and you start going up to them and talking to them, they don't really speak that much English, you're going to be the very first guy they're going to talk to. They're 9 times out of 10 they're like, oh, you're the very first guy I dealt with. Like, oh, you speak my language so well, like, I didn't know that you guys were like, cool like this. So it bridges the gap. Like you'll be the very first person that they talk to.
네.
Yeah.
안주ski.
So
한국말 해요?
한국말 하지.
오랫동안 배웠어요?
오랫동안 약 2년 동안 배웠어요.
아, 네네. 잘 지내고 있어?
배웠어. 그냥 it's okay. It's I'm kind of in a set. If I'm talking with my girlfriend, bro, I'm more like the Korean is there, but I'm really talking with everybody else. So it's like kind of. But I gotta get myself into it. 그냥.
Hold on, brothers. Who on earth is Hang 2? You see, now we have a bunch of brothers speaking Korean, doing their best, right? I mean, we got some dude that probably isn't a brother showing hate towards brothers, and this is what I'm talking about, man.
IP, should I block him? Wait, sorry, IP, should I block him?
Just hating.
No, leave him. I want to see if he's gonna call in and explain why he feels this way.
No,
sorry, that's enough, brother. English. Okay. Before people drop off. Do you know what, right? I think it's very important that we start emphasizing on getting power, right? Because I feel like we're too hung up on equality, but these other groups of people, they don't care about equality. They want to get to the top, and I think it's time for us black men to start thinking, I want to get to the top. I want to be better than everyone that isn't a brother. We need to have that killer cutthroat mentality, and that's the reason why we're at the bottom, man. We are doing that equal rights. Everyone's the same, blah blah blah. They're not thinking like that, man. They're cutthroat. Why do you think the Chinese are doing all this thing in Africa, in South America? They want to be the top dog. I mean, it's that simple, man. We need to have that killer cutthroat mentality and get that power.
Mm-hmm.
Very important, man. We need a lot more Theos, and to become like Theo, you need to study hard, man. Study every goddamn day, man. Knowledge is power. There's a TV show called The Wire, right? And a guy said the most fearful person in America is a black man with a library card. That's always stuck with me, man. A black man is unstoppable when he gets that knowledge. Love it. Show us that book again, Romel.
Shout out to Theo for this one.
Look at that, man.
Oh no! You showed me up. Okay, so then what did I get today? This just came in. I gotta teach this in class. And gonna make you guys suffer. Yeah, you'll be suffer with this book pretty soon, Romel. So yeah, and then what do you think with my Korean? What people don't like us buying Korean books? I don't care. Screw you. So I got Korean. I got the be studying this pretty soon. So yeah, I just showed Andrew this yesterday. So there you go, speaking, and I got the advanced book. So yeah, I'm going back into it pretty hardcore. You say pronunciation's bad? Well, meet us in South Korea. Let's talk. Right?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
I tell you something. Sorry, IP.
No, go on, bro.
I'm gonna tell you this. I've experienced more like from you said the most dangerous thing in the world. You said IP is a black man with a library card, bro. I'm known for my knowledge from where I am in my neighborhood. I'm known for that, and I got more praise in Korea for how much knowledge I have about things than I did here. And it's when you go abroad, for as long as I can remember, I'm a person who loves trains. I talk about trains all the time. I know a lot about that stuff. I've never gotten praise. They're like, yo, why are you always talking about that? Why are you always doing that? Why you got to be so different? I go over to Korea. I speak the language. I'm talking to the people on the subway who work there, and they're surprised at my knowledge.
Yeah.
They're impressed.
They really are, and they appreciate it. And then you get reinforced for it. This is one of the reasons you know something's wrong with the West, particularly with the women. So you get like Korean, Japanese, all the girls, right? They see what you do. They see the work that you do. They reciprocate it. They get interested in you. They want to talk with you. You've got dates. You're going out. You're doing normal, but they appreciate you for your intelligence. We only get that outside the country, not inside the West.
Yes.
So
yes.
I'm gonna tell you this.
China opened my eyes. When I
this.
went to China, man, I dropped the pookie. I got to China and I realized, wow, women appreciate an intelligent black man. I got shamed for that in school. Certain times I was dating girls, man, they'd think I was a nerd or I was weird because I talk about history and politics. I love history. When I got to China and Korea, they respected my intelligence. And I'm like, wow, these girls find it sexy.
Bro, they even want to meet you. If they hear that, I'm gonna give you guys some info. If they hear that you're a black man, speaks Korean, and you know a lot about technology, something, they want to meet you. I'm gonna tell you that IP. They want to meet you. I've heard it from them themselves.
Yeah, they want to meet you
over an accent. I don't mind my accent because I'll still have a gorgeous Korean woman on top of me with my bad accent, and it's happened. So
it's all good, bro.
Yeah. So go study it. Like again, just think of like my library. This is part of my library I have behind me. If we're in the West, they be saying words about it. They have problems with it. If I'm in Japan, like I may start making my library in Japan. If I'm in Japan and somebody sees it, they think that's sugoi. Right? They're really happy about it. They think that's amazing. They want to know the books I have, what am I getting later on. I'm going to get positive reinforcement for that. So go where you're celebrated. And if it's not in the West, go someplace else because they will celebrate it elsewhere.
Yeah, elsewhere, all of a sudden that corniness is not a problem. You know, you being intelligent is not a problem. Whereas in where you're from, like out here, like they want you to be a bad boy, you know. You have to be a hybrid out here. You pretty much have to be like a thug / good guy in between because they don't want a guy that's too nice and then they also don't want a guy that's too bad. But like overseas, you can just be yourself. You don't have to hide anything. You can be intelligent. You can speak other languages, have an interest in other things, and they love that. They love that overseas. You don't have to. You don't have to blend in. Just be yourself.
Yeah.
Facts. I would say Western women have been brainwashed. I remember back in school, I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh, play Beyblade, and they call me weird. You know, they call. I used to play. I mean, I'd rather play Beyblade and Yu-Gi-Oh than being in the playground, you know, selling drugs. To keep it real, and a lot of people in my school did that. So you're telling me you would pick a dude that sells DRUG over a dude like me that just plays Beyblade in the library and is a calm dude? That just shows you how twisted things are in the West, man. It's a fallen society. We got to get out of here, brothers. I'm telling you.
I had a woman in Korea watching anime with me. We were watching anime right before we started making love. So,
oh my gosh.
There you go, man. You tell a Western chick that's watching anime, she gonna look at you funny. Like, what do you mean? What the Chinese cartoons? she called it Chinese cartoons, bro.
Yeah. I was with my Japanese wife. We would watch anime all the time. Gundam. We loved that, and it was normal, just normal part of thing. It wasn't anything special, anything nerdy. So I would say go for it because and they love nerds in Asia. Totally love it. Oh, yeah. And whatever Western women decide, it doesn't matter. They're strongly independent. They're on their own. They can figure it out.
And not even just that, deal. Like, ever since I came back when I was in Korea, I thought to myself, I was like, wow, I experienced more discrimination in the black community from other black people being yourself, not just racist, being yourself, than in here. I'm like, and they're telling me, yo, why are you leaving, bro? Why you doing? Like, I experienced more. You can't do this, bro. Yo, why are you doing that, bro? Why are you smiling, bro? Why are you riding a train like that? Why you taking pictures? You take a pic. I got none of that over there. I was free to be myself for the first time. I'm gonna tell you this, IP. I remember watching Black people in Japan. This guy said, I quote this: "For the first time in my life, I am a free Black man." I felt that for the first time those 2 weeks I was in South Korea.
Mhm.
I felt
Yeah.
that. I can't forget that.
That's why you have to use your passport. It's so essential. It's not just the women. It's the culture, the freedom as a Black man, not having the cultural legacy behind you, and you can do what you want. And so it's an amazing experience. So don't even you got these women in the West saying this is how they're going to treat you abroad. I'm like, okay, get on the airplane, let's go abroad and find out. Yeah, because I know how they're going to treat you, honey. So I'll let them treat you the way they're going to. I know what's going to come to you. So
Wait,
let's go do it.
Phil, I'm so sorry. Do you know about passport sisters?
Yeah.
Using the phone to talk to the guy.
You need to react to these passport sisters, man. They're failing.
I will say to the passport sisters, good luck. Enjoy yourself. Yeah.
No, I truly wish that the brothers, man, will experience what I experienced in China and Korea. There's a whole world out there. There's more for you. Just study and work hard. There's so much out there.
Ramel,
Yeah.
there's a veil over everyone's head here that stays in the West, bro. Once you leave, that veil is lifted. That's what it felt, bro. I'm telling you, it feels like there's a veil over my face right now being here. I feel this energy of like, I feel this whole energy of like, this is how things are. I'll tell you something. When I came back here, I was even trying to figure out, I thought I was in GTA. I was trying to figure out if this was America. I was like, yo, what is this? I accidentally walked into Tenderloin, San Francisco by accident. And I was like, I come back here. This is my own country gives me culture shock. That's crazy.
Yeah. I had the same example. Like when I was in Japan, I was in there like 4.5 years straight before coming back to America for the first time. And when I came back, I was in Chicago. I went to the South Side, and I was in total shock. Like I was horrified of what I was seeing, and I was like, "Oh, this is bad. Get me out of here." I got robbed there, and I like in all of Japan. I would
the
never
very
have
day.
Yeah, it was like the third day I was there. So that was horrible. I had my passport taken from me. So I was actually stranded in Chicago, and I had to go get another passport. So,
let me read this chat real quick.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mr. Rick Star for the $5 super chat. Hey guys, love your content, but before you get into any relationship, doesn't matter if it's overseas or not, you need to learn leadership skills first. I agree with that. Yes.
I touch on that, IP.
Of course.
I actually am in agreement with this brother, and Andrew, we've talked about this many times, this particular point. I do think as much as being abroad, the women are better in a general sense, but I'm a high advocate of you have to work on yourself. You got to be the best version you can be, whatever that looks like. Because although foreign women are better in many regards, women are still women, bro. You got to show up and have a strong frame. You got to be the best version of yourself. So I do agree with that to a large extent.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's the very big. We talked about that a lot. It's a very big point there.
Awesome. Great super chat there. This is awesome. All right. So how long do you want to keep going? I can go on. Oh, it's 5 a.m. over here in the UK. Romel, how long can you go on for, bro?
As long as you want, brother, man. As long as you
Oh,
want.
bro,
Studying.
I need to kick off, man. I need to sleep.
No
Sorry
problem,
about
bro.
this.
No worries. Thank you, David.
That's what I thought. You have batteries. Don't you have lithium batteries you can use? I mean, come on. Just keep it going.
Okay.
I'll give myself another. I'll give myself more time. Let me just charge my phone.
That's it, man. Let's do it. Another half an hour to an hour. Let's go, man. I'm having a great time.
IP, outside of women though, what I must say is that when I went abroad, I felt so light. Like being in the UK, especially in London, man, I just felt heavy. I'm always looking over my shoulder. That's the one thing outside of how amazing my experience was with women. When I got to Asia, bro, I felt free and I felt so light. And when I came back to London, it was that heaviness that came back that I couldn't stand.
Yeah, same here, bro. And don't worry, brothers. The Japan stream is coming very soon about my personal experience in Japan. But in that stream, I want to touch upon how safe I felt as a black man. I felt very safe there. Super safe country, Japan. No pickies after me. No weirdos. I was out at 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m. walking out. No one bothered me. It was great. In the UK, you're out that late. You may not come home. I'll tell you that, brothers. So yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. You're like, okay, let's do something. So it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. You're like, I want some sushi.
And
okay,
the thing is,
right,
sushi. You're out that late, and women are not running away from you. They walk past you. They're near you. In the UK, these women will cross the road. They'll clutch their bags. They'll look at you like, oh, a black man's coming towards me. I'm sick of it, brothers, man. I'm telling you, it's just, oh my gosh.
I noticed that too coming back here. I noticed walking past people and walking behind people, they speed run. They start speeding up as soon as I was like, wait, what am I haven't done nothing wrong. I'm just walking behind you.
They either do that or they walk slowly to make you go in front. They do that all the time.
Yeah.
They walk really slow. They look at you, then you walk ahead. They think they're smart.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't have that at all in Japan. They don't care. I was looking at them like, what is your issue? Why don't you have this problem? And one of the things I learned in the first 2 years, you have this domestication process in the first 2 years because you're the foreigner who's a barbarian who needs to be educated about power. And the way the Japanese are acting, they're like, look, there's a way that you act here, and you either act this way and you with our culture, or you don't, we throw you out. So you'll figure this out, and you don't have any power. And we all know you don't have power. So if you try to exercise power, we're just going to look at you funny. And you get used to this after a while. You're like, yeah, nobody's going to do anything to me at 11:30. I could be totally drunk going home, and nobody's going to do anything to me because we all don't have power. So it's okay. I'll just do what I want to do. And that's what you do. You just do your thing. And nobody's going to mess with you.
Theo, let me ask you a question, please, brother. I want your opinion on something. You know what's interesting? When I was in Asia, I never experienced someone cross the road out of fear. But when I'm in the UK, Asian, white, it don't matter. They're just scared. They cross the road. I don't understand the difference between Asian women in the UK or America versus there. I never experienced that in Asia where someone just crossed the road in fear because I'm there.
Again, I just say the West is lost. Okay, you have this issue, fine. I don't care. I just go to Asia and be normal. I don't care about it. That's it. In the West, the Asian women do act this way. That's because of cultural issues. But again, there's violence out there. People have guns. People have knives. In Asia, they don't. What are they going to do to you at 2 o'clock in the morning? What? Give you yakiniku and some beer?
You can also walk up to anybody and just talk to them.
Yeah,
just do it. It's not. You do that here in Baltimore. Like you walk up to. I noticed you just walk past somebody while I say how you doing. Like, yo, why are you talking to me, bro? What's wrong with you? Like,
yeah,
you don't get that.
You got to get out the East Coast, dude. I will say this: I'm from Michigan. But when I moved to the West Coast, like interracial dating is really easy out here, bro. Like they do still have that feminist mindset, but you will easily pull like Asian girls, whatever type of girls you're into, like Cali, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington. Like that's not an issue. So in the meantime, I'll say stay in the West Coast and then go overseas when you can. But like make the West Coast your temporary base so you can move overseas because you will get played.
Oh, just go overseas, just straight out, just don't waste. Just go overseas.
I want to go back, bro. Ever since I came back here, I was like, I'm doing IP and Theo's homework real hard. Doing that TEFL really hard. That Romel, thanks Romel for recommending the TEFL. But I'm doing all of that hard right now. Like I need to get out of here.
How far away are you from graduating?
College?
Yeah.
It's I've been. I want to finish my degree in South Korea. That's all I'm gonna really say. I want to finish it in South Korea.
You want to transfer?
Yes.
Don't do that. No. That's not good for you. Finish your degree in the United States, and then get to Korea as fast as you can.
Gotcha.
But the American degree will be the best thing you can do. So go finish it, and make sure that it's properly authorized, authenticated, so you can use it anywhere in the world, and then just
Even
get
if
out.
it's like a 2-year.
You're not a 4-year university?
No, right now I'm at a 2-year.
Okay.
I'm transferring to
might.
a 4.
Okay, so try to transfer to a 4 and go from there. But just get out of the country, because the 4-year degree from the United States can get you into a lot of Asian countries. All right. So if you wanted to get that work visa, it's really beneficial to have the 4-year diploma. Now, I know for Japan it's a requirement. I don't know about South Korea, but you have to have it for Japan. So go get it. Do basket weaving if you have to. That's fine.
Andrew Steele's right. When I was in China, I saw some people with some useless degrees, man. But just because they got a degree from the UK or America, they were good. Like, there's people with degrees in David Beckham studies. It's ridiculous. It doesn't even make any sense.
Beckham studies. Hey, bro. Yeah. David Beckham studies.
Bend it like Beckham.
Yeah.
Bend it like Beckham.
You could do fish and chip studies. I'm sure some place gives that. And they call it because of English, right? So I'm sure in America it's something exotic. So you can get that as well. I'm just saying, like, just get your damn degree. Hell, you're like 20 years old, right?
22.
You're 22. You have 2 more years left? Okay, so go get it. You're 24. Do like I did. Go to Asia, and then live your life after that. If you want, you can go and study for like a few months at a university when you actually get there. But if you want to do TOEFL, like I did TOEFL, and you don't have your 4-year degree, you're in a disadvantaged position as an American. Now, if you're Canadian, Australian, or New Zealand, no problem. They can do that because their governments have reciprocal agreements with each other to allow those people to come in. So what you'll have in Asia, or you'll have from those 3 countries, you'll have guys who only have high school degrees that can go to Asia for between 18 and 3 years, 18 months to 3 years. And they can actually teach, and they get girls, and they can actually get married during that time period. And then they flip over to a spousal visa. That's how they play that game. And then they go into IT after that. You can't do that. UK and America cannot do that. So you need to get that degree and then go to Asia.
Got you.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Andrew Ski. Fantastic. Awesome. All right. Let's get some new callers in. And get the support flowing. Please hit the PayPal and super chats. Join the Patreon. Cop the merch too. Any support you can provide is greatly appreciated. And of course, like the video. That'd be greatly appreciated too. Fantastic. You got any questions, Black Label Expert?
No, I can drop if you want me to.
You can stay on, brother. It's plenty of space. But if you have any questions, let us know, bro. You got any questions, Demswood? Demswood is sleeping.
No, go ahead, bro. I'll sleep in a bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, let him go, brother. Yeah, go to bed, brother. You need to sleep, brother. Okay.
In a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, in a bit. Take it easy, Demswood. Peace out, bro.
Yeah. Go to sleep, Denswood. It's okay. We understand.
Yeah, let him sleep, man. Awesome live stream. Amari, you got any questions for our guest, brother?
Something to add real quick. Vietnamese women, I saw the live stream the other day. It was incredible. They're amazing, by the way. I have experience. I had a Vietnamese girl cook for me on the second date. She made like a nice baked like chocolate like brownie with strawberries on top. I was like, whoa, I never had a girl do that for me like ever since I've been out here.
Damn. Amazing. Hold on there, brother. Shout out to Romel himself, man. Diaz, our guest, our superstar guest, man, for the £5 super chat. Romel, thank you, bro, for the support. Just showing love. Thank you for the support, bro. Much appreciated, brother. Can we all give a personal congratulations to Romel for getting his first IT job? He's worked hard, many AWS certs, the labs, and he's finally broken through into IT. So I'm super proud for him. He's only going to do great things in his career in IT. His skill set is incredible. He will be earning the big bucks very soon in the future. His first IT job. So please, can we all congratulate Romel in the live stream chat? Congratulations, bro. For me personally, a personal clap to you, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Hey,
doing really.
Congrats.
You're doing really well in the Kubernetes class. I'm impressed. Yeah, you actually showed us off in the US, so you did a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's a natural man. He's a hard working man. I'm very happy for him because I know he's worked hard for those certs and his labs and his resources. He's done a lot of work there, Phil, man. And finally he's reaping what he sows, and he's he's only gonna go up for you, Romel. So well done, bro. You deserve it, brother.
Thank you, actually. Thank you, Phil.
Hey, Romel, I commend you for being very adaptable. Like you said, you're quick to learn languages. You're quick to learn this IT. You seem to keep doing whatever you have to do to get ahead of the game. So keep doing that, having that mindset, and you're gonna keep going really far, bro.
Thank you. There's something Theo said in class last week, which I actually agree with wholeheartedly. I asked Theo a question about imposter syndrome, and Theo's answer was, "I don't have time for imposter syndrome." And this is actually, I agree with Theo wholeheartedly. I've heard Theo's story, and I've never actually shared this, but there was a time where I myself was homeless, where I got kicked out of my house, and then coming back from Korea, these last 2 years, it's been hell. I've been beyond broke. So before I joined the space and I met you guys, I can honestly say, sleepless nights. I worked nights at Amazon. I worked nights concierge, 7 p.m. till 7 a.m. Just labbing, studying, just sleeping 3 hours a day. And I'm not exaggerating, sleeping 3 hours a day. So I know what Theo meant when he said, you just got to go hard and just not give yourself any plan B. So yeah, thank you, Theo.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, thanks for that. That's the only way to get through. It's actually, again, after my homelessness, it was the same way. You're just relentless. You just keep on going. But in the end, actually not in the end, eventually you get the success, or actually get stability. And then you're able to grow from there. But you have to have the plan for it. So you're getting the first stage. I would say, just keep on grinding for another 2 years, and then you'll get closer to the position that you actually want. Language study, gym, work, more certs. No sunrises, no sunsets. I don't know. You grow older and that's all you do is study. But if you do that, you'll be fine.
Awesome, man. So someone let me know what W means, bruh. W, Romel. What's a W?
Winning.
Okay.
Remember, Dem's word is like halfway asleep, so he only got the W, and then he's like, okay, Romel. Okay, that's why. That's how it was done. The guy needs to go sleep.
W. Okay, winning. Okay, yeah, I need to look into that. Thank you, brothers. Shout out to Mr. Demswood for the £199 super chat. Appreciate you, bro. Cocoa Butter Latinas versus brother. Come on, man. Versus slim fake Japanese woman. That's too harsh for me, brother. Man, come on, man. That ain't fair, bro.
I would do Cocoa Butter Latina. Yeah.
Ooh. Hey, Theo doesn't like Japanese girls anymore. I've noticed that. Theo kind of hates them now. I don't know what happened with Japanese chicks with Theo.
I would do a slim thick. Why would I do a slim thick Japanese girl? They're all thin. So I just do a normal thin Japanese girl. That's why. Why would I do a slim thick? I'd be like, how did you get the slim thick? How did that happen? Like, what did you eat? So I just might as well go ahead and do the Cocoa Butter Latina.
Theo.
Yeah.
You said Japanese girls make great girlfriends. But
Yeah.
how are they as wives?
Latinos make great wives.
Okay.
Yeah. And just
Okay.
yeah, the wife thing is like we've had streams on that. It's heartbreaking.
So you were
So,
Chinese women
hold
make
on,
great concubines, nothing else, man. Don't wifey them.
Look, you know, don't get them nationalistic. All right, let's just again, Japanese women. I have issues with them as wives. If you do get a good Japanese wife, you have won the lottery. Like go to church and be happy and say like, hey, thank you, God, that was a really great thing. But for the most part, nah. But they're excellent girlfriends. I would say Korean women, though, from what I'm hearing, Korean women make excellent wives. It's a very good situation.
Amazing. Do you know what, right? I hold that thought. Shout out to Mr. LP for the $8 super chat. Wishing much success to all the brothers. Yes, indeed, man. Yes, indeed. Super happy with how the IT thing is going. I'm personally mentoring some brothers, and it's going well on that end. Very happy. Very happy. We're going to dominate IT, Lord willing, in the future. It all starts from a little foundation to a full-blown movement. So, very happy. Thank you both for the support, LP. Much appreciated, man. Awesome. What was I gonna say?
You're getting woozy. You're getting woozy, man.
Woozy.
Yeah, woozy. You've got about 15 minutes worth of battery life, and you're gonna collapse. Your OS. Your OS is gonna go out, and you'll be like, "Hey, go do auto shutdown." So,
20 more minutes. We'll end at the 4-hour mark. No more than that, brother. I need to sleep. 20 more minutes. So now it's gonna be a power run. Okay, to the marathon line. Is my mic good? This is the new mic. Is the audio good? Can you hear me? Amazing.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Awesome. Not too low, not too loud. Perfect volume.
Yeah, it's good.
Awesome. Arigatou gozaimasu. Shout out to Jerry Mo for the £5 super chat. Getting a degree is crucial to get a working visa. Finishing my end of the year, it's a grind, but well worth it. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Asian countries love degrees. So you're doing a great job there getting that degree, brother. Romel's got his degree. So Theo has his, I have mine. So keep pushing up, brothers. Keep pushing up.
Yeah, you really need to get the certifications and study and get you a 4-year degree. So you've got a 4-year degree and some like 2 or 3 certifications in IT. You could do really well in Asia. Just actually, also if you speak the language to some degree, they really want to take you, especially international companies that are located there. They'll take you quick. So like I'll give an example about you got Deutsche Bank, like that's where I started, or Citibank, Bank of America. These are BNP Paribas. Royal Bank of Scotland. These are HSBC. There we go. Some other companies. They need international IT staff, and so you go. What you basically do is you go look for an outsourcer or a recruiting company. They can get you a contract position, and then you get the visa. And then you go to work. It's not really that hard as long as you have the background and as long as you show that you're flexible and you're willing to put in some hours. They'll take you. The thing is that after you're done, you're like after you're done working for the day, you're in Asia, so you're in that respective country, and you can go out and have some fun, and it is a great experience. Now, I wish I had gone out more when I was there. I studied to death. I was always doing the career, so I think that's like unfortunate. But I think you guys are a little bit more balanced. You guys know how to do your going out versus your study. That's a good thing. So you guys got plenty of opportunity. Go for it. You can definitely have your career in Asia.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to bro smiley face spots for the $5 super chat. IP, I'll get my IG back up. Thank you, bro. Years back I killed off my social media to focus on my grind and be less distracted. I'll get it back up and hit you up. Thank you, bro. That'd be greatly appreciated. Let's connect and then let's see if we can plan something together, brother. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Awesome. Amazing live stream, bro. This is definitely top 10 in my opinion, ever. Incredible live stream. Pardon me. So Theo, should we announce what we have planned for next week today, or should we discuss it tomorrow first?
Well, we can talk about it now. Let's do it now. That's
Okay.
fine. Yeah.
All right. So special announcement, brothers. So me and Theo will be starting a weekly show on the channel where we'll be discussing various topics. Okay, so this will be a weekly show. I will announce more as to the day, okay, when that will happen. It will happen next week, okay. The day will be coming. I will announce the day. Actually, I can do it now. So it will be happening on Monday, every Mondays, and we're going to see Theo at his best, at his naughtiness, at his cheekiness, and of course, I will add to that as well. So every Monday, it's going to be a new show that me and Theo are working on, and yeah, it's going to be a great discussion topic. So I hope to see you brothers there, and but we're gonna go deep into it, man. It's going to be a crazy series. So every Mondays, okay. Awesome, man. Looking forward to that.
We're going to be talking about various topics. There's various things that I want to talk about. I'll be giving you guys game to some degree regarding Asia, international travel, different strategies to employ, different ways of thinking. But it's coming from a point of view as a Black man and a successful Black man in an international environment. So we're going to be giving you guys content you guys really are going to really enjoy. So come in Monday. You're going to like it. It'll be fun. It'll be entertaining. This is going to be some good stuff.
And we'll touch upon trending topics, modern women, all that jazz, just the craziness happening. And of course, Phil will add his own cheekiness to it and everything. So the production of it, I'm working on it. So it will debut this coming Monday. I hope to see you brothers there. Time will be 8:30 p.m. EST, which is 5 hours ahead of me. So around that time. So I'm looking forward to it every Monday. So yes, let's get it cracking, man. So that's the announcement that I'm going to announce it. I'm also going to announce it on the community post on my channel tomorrow or today, and then give you brothers more details. Okay, fantastic.
You're about to collapse. So yeah, we're definitely have a good time. Hold on, I'm looking at what people are saying in the comment. Regarding the username, I might have used a different Gmail account when I came in with Chrome this time, but it's just you have to come in with authentication anyway with your camera with IP, so he knows who you are. So if I have a different name up there, who cares? I have about 20 Gmail accounts with my Chrome, so if I chose the wrong one, I chose the wrong one. It's fine. I think the time it'll be about 7 or 8 Central, somewhere around there. And so we'll see what we can do. Well, it will be every every Monday night. So probably I'll do what is it? I'll go to the gym first, and then I'll go ahead and do the live stream here. So we're looking forward to it. It's gonna be good. We will be talking about tech. One of the big things we'll talk about how to be successful. And I just saw somebody talk about, there's a lot of Black men around. Yeah, okay, and that's what we're talking about. It from a point of view of Black men. It needs to be Black men centered. There's nothing wrong with that. We're talking about our worldview from our point of view. If you don't like it, Oprah's for you. It's a place for you.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So it'll be a wide range of topics: tech, modern woman, cultural affairs, Umar Johnson's crazy statements about single mothers, about how we're the cause of that, just nonsense in general, man. So we're gonna add a little twist to it. So as passport bros, so it's gonna be super awesome and super dope. Every Mondays, don't miss it. Okay, so. Amari and Black Label, we got 13 more minutes. You got any questions for our guest, or anything you want to add on, brothers?
Yep.
Okay, so nope, I think they're good. 808 Bear, 8 people, 8% is the total. Yes, they do run the world. They do. They do it through policies, they do it through politics, they do it through technology. I mean, it's them and a particular group of people. I'm not going to say their names. Hell no. Y'all know who I'm talking about. A particular group of people are actually in control. And I'm going to leave it as that. Do your own research, okay? Black men don't run this world. It is a particular group of people, and that's it. Follow the money, and you're going to find out who runs the world. That's it, brothers.
Hey, IP, you hear me, IP?
Yes, go on, Amari.
Hey, Romel, one last thing. Did you notice how superficial and materialistic everything out there was back when you were in China?
It depends, brother. It depends on the region. Again, if you're in Beijing, Shanghai, you're gonna see a lot of that. I would say Shanghai is more materialistic. Beijing's a bit more arrogant. But the smaller city, remember, like I said before, China has a tier system. You have first tier cities, second tier, third tier. When you go to the more mid-tier cities like Chongqing, Chengdu, you don't really get that attitude. And with China, like the economy is blown up so quickly, and like often you see people who never had money and suddenly get it, often act a fool. So you do get that sometimes. So it's to be expected. So take it with a pinch of salt. But I can't generalize that way and say that it's all materialistic, because it's not. But like anywhere in the major cities, you'll get it. I mean, even in Seoul has a major materialistic crisis. It's all about class system in Seoul, but again, it's a super metropolis. You're always going to get that in a major city. I don't know if Theo, if you experienced that in Tokyo, if you say the same about Tokyo.
They weren't nearly as materialistic as I see like in Atlanta, New York, or Southern California. So like getting the bag and like living like that, no. Like they want something nice, but they're usually more practical and down to earth. Yeah. So again, my wife, so I had to buy her like $400 pair of pants more than once, and like sure she had some of her bags were over $1,000 or like $2,500. But if you're talking about the West, like a lot of the bags are $5,000 minimum. And so you really go high above that. You got shoes starting at $600. So the West is by far worse. I didn't really have a problem with Japan.
And again, what I said before, I find that Asian men will always be held to a higher standard than us dating Asian chicks. They're held to a more difficult standard, I've noticed.
Yeah,
good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah, I would also say that they actually were held to a higher standard, but you get different things. Like again, a lot of us are like 5'8" or above, right? We're tall, so we get the win there automatically. We have other things too that they're really looking for, so it's okay. It all pans out in the end.
Okay, let me read the super chat real quick. Shout out to Mr. Ozzy for the $5 super chat. Thank you, bro, for the support. Romel, if you had a choice to choose just one city in China to visit as a single black man, which one would it be?
Difficult, but purely just as a black man, I'd go to Guangzhou. And the reason why I say Guangzhou, because they have the highest population of black people in China. So they're used to you, and they're used to interracial dating. So you'll have more success there. I have more of a preference for Chengdu and Chongqing, but specifically being a black man, you'll have more success in Guangzhou.
When you say Guangdong, is that Guangdong?
Let me get the spelling for you. Bear with me.
Yeah,
Guangzhou.
Okay, Guangzhou. Okay.
Guangzhou. So Guangzhou is the city, and it's in the Guangdong province.
Awesome. Thank you,
I'll put
bro.
it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you. All right, brothers, you got 8 more minutes to get your questions in and get the support flowing. And we're going to call it a night and get some beautiful sleep. Okay. And get ready for a lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely Sunday. Don't make me start singing, brothers.
You know,
go on, bro.
in your class tomorrow, you should actually teach them how to make a Python script, how to make you go to sleep. Call it a sleep script, right? So you execute this script, and you can go to sleep. So like you're gonna say you're an object, and make yourself into an object, and then you get to go to sleep with the script. I think that'd be great. Like do a sleep method, for example, a sleep class.
No, tomorrow's class may be tough for the brothers.
What are you going to teach them?
Oh, I can't let them know, brother. Can't let them know before they might do their own homework.
We're doing Kubernetes. So I think I'm going to move my class like 1 hour later because it's the same time as yours.
Yes, please.
So I'll move it 1 hour up. So I'll make everybody suffer. So yeah.
What time will your class be? Sorry.
Tomorrow it's 6 Eastern.
6 Eastern. Are you gonna push it an hour later?
Yeah, I'm gonna push it at least 1 hour later, probably maybe 90 minutes.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, because
so then you can torture them, and then I'll get them and I'll finish them off.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. More get-ups. More. Make sure you check it out on your GitHub. Do you have your cert right? Is your encryption working?
Yeah. If you can push it 90 minutes later, brother, that'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that. I'll do that tomorrow.
So that'd be 7:30 EST for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
No, I'm sure they'll be happy.
Let me 808 bag black give Asia. 808 bag. I guarantee you haven't even traveled before, bro. I guarantee you've not left the country, your city, your state, your neighborhood, your postcode, and you're talking jazz. This is what I'm talking about, bruv. This is what I'm talking about. You just don't get it. You know, you just don't get it, man. So great stream, man. This is a classic. I wasn't expecting it to be 4 hours long, but you know, if it's a classic, it's a classic. You know. So, Romel, do you have any closing statements, brother?
Am I okay to respond to Do? I think he had a question for me.
Of course. Who? Which one?
Do no, I don't have a teaching degree. I have a TEFL certificate and a law degree, but I use the TEFL certificate to get over to teach English in China.
Oh, you have a TEFL cert?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you could teach all over Asia.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're fine. I have a master's degree. I have a master's degree in linguistics. So same thing. So yeah, you're set, man. Why? Okay, yeah, we talked about why you're still. I understand your story. Okay. Yeah, you're Asia. The door to Asia is open to you.
I just saw he said, "Did I have a teaching degree?" No, just a TEFL cert, brother.
That's all you need. Yeah, you need to know English grammar really well.
Yeah. In terms of closing statement, I'll just say thank you for having me. Thank you, Theo, as well, for all the classes, for the mentorship, and brothers. Make a plan, stick to it, and put the blinkers on, man. Just focus. And I'm gonna say, absolutely learn a language. I can't recommend it anymore because you will have a whole different experience when you live in Asia or whatever country you go to. Learn the language is a whole different experience.
Wow, amazing. Amari, do you have any closing statements, bro?
Yeah, adding on to what Romel just said, always learn a language, because when you learn a language, you immerse yourself and you completely adapt to the new horizons, and people just get along with you when they see that you know people from their country, famous people from their country, TV shows, footballers, whatever you know from their country, like they embrace that with you. So just like get your knowledge up, and keep traveling and live your best lives.
Awesome. Black Label Expert, any closing statements or questions?
Yeah, really enjoyed the stream. Appreciate intel from Romel. It definitely aligns with my experiences while I was in China as well. And I'm really looking forward to this IP and Theo show that's going to go down. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Black Label Expert. I appreciate you, brother. Much appreciate, brother. The man himself, Mr. Theo Wap, any closing statement, brother?
This guy is ticking me off. Look, 808 Bear, get this. Officially in Japan, less than 2% of mothers are single mothers of the entire country. Like, the West couldn't even attempt to achieve that right now. So we being with single mothers, you can't find one because the women there know better. So we get high quality women over there and we make strong families with them. 808 Bear, you're for the streets. You have no place here at all. You're gynocentric. You belong someplace else. This is too high class for you. You're not going to be able to deal this place. And why sell a dream? It's not selling a dream. It's talking about what Black men can actually do and exceeding it and continuing from there. That's it. So you don't belong here. You belong for the streets. Anyway, I had a good time. This was good. I'm glad we had a stream about China. Glad I got to listen to it. Got to correlate some data that I have, some experiences that I've had. Again, let Chinese be. Cut them off. Do your own thing. Got a lot of other countries in Asia say, okay, China, I understand. Thank you for the food. Whatever you want to say, go ahead. We listen to it. Fine. I'll leave you alone. I understand the issue with there's not so many Chinese women. You can have them. Okay. I've got somebody else. Okay. So this Thai girl, this South Korean girl, she could make me japjibap. Okay, I'm going with the japjibap. I don't need Chinese goodness food. I'll take her on a date for a Chinese restaurant. How's that? Let's go there. Again, had a great time. I'm gonna go ahead and drop. And guys, you want to excel in IT? Keep on going with us. Keep on listening to IP stream. We have a way to help facilitate you. If you want to know how to get into IT, go into IP's Facebook group. You can contact us there. And then if you do contact us, talk to us on Messenger or something like that, please introduce yourself first so we know who you are. And say a message to us. Don't just try to friend us because we don't know what's going on. And I've got over 100 friend requests. I don't know who these people are most of the time because they're not telling me who they are. So I'm like, why are you talking to me? I don't know who you are. So just do something like that. But we're more than happy to teach you, and we're more than happy to show you the way and help accelerate your career and experience as a Black man internationally. All right.
What's a dafjibab that you just said? Dafjibab.
Japjibap.
What's that?
Oh, it's a dish in Korea. It's so good. It's a noodle dish.
Oh,
It's lovely.
Oh, I love it.
What is it?
You know what?
Chicken and rice?
No, it's japje. Japje, it's like a noodle. And it's like a clear noodle. So what they do is they put a little bit of sauce on, a little bit of meat, some vegetables. And it's absolutely delicious. And the thing that's kind of funny about it, if you talk about the Koreans, japjebap is what they serve in the schools to the students. So they think it's kind of an easy dish. But to us, it's gourmet. It's so good. I could eat japjebap all day long. The Koreans would laugh at me and eating all this japjebap. Why are you doing it? It's so good. I want more. So anyway, I love their food.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, brothers, man. It's been a pleasure. Romel, thank you very much for your time today. Thank you to all those who hit the super chat donations and who liked the video. Make sure you continue to support the movement even after I end the stream. And I will see you, brothers, on the next video. Peace out, brothers, and take it easy. Thank you, brothers.
See you guys.
Peace.
Bye.
See ya. Thank you, brothers.
Good night.